Thank you very much for joining us today at the Materials and Manufacturing Showcase. Today will be a really interesting day looking at the sort of strength and depth of the UK supply chain. And today out there in the halls, you've got a lot of different companies out there that are doing a lot of very interesting things. One of the things that sits underneath innovation, and without it, innovation becomes very difficult, is the infrastructure. And Driving Electric Revolution invested a lot of money in infrastructure, and John King was a recipient of a lot of that funding. So I think the reason why we've done that is because we appreciate at Innovate UK that having that infrastructure means that innovation can happen a lot more smoothly, faster, more effectively. And the point of today really is to hear from John King, who has a lot of that infrastructure, and then some of the other companies that have used that infrastructure, and explain to you how they've used it, why they've used it, and the importance of it. I'm not going to go in to say how important it is that we get more funding in this type of thing, but it is very important we get more funding in this type of thing. But I think John's probably going to talk about that in a bit more detail. So yeah, without further ado, I'll hand over to John. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, and good morning to everyone. So yeah, this session is called Establishing a Resilient Infrastructure, Electrification Technologies for Industry. And we've got three presentations this morning. Myself, I'll be talking about the development of the Driving the Electric Revolution Industrialisation Centres project. And then we've got Emilande talking about the process development at Wienerberger, moving from fossil fuels to electrification for their manufacturing operations, and then Joe from Magnumatics talking about one of their DER-funded projects and generally about how they're working with the innovation infrastructure capability in the UK. So hopefully an interesting session for you all. And here we go. So yeah, I think that's the order of play. So first off, the PEMD ecosystem is actually fundamental for enabling net zero. We can't get towards a sustainable net zero, zero emission future unless we electrify pretty much everything we do at the moment. And it's a long-term job. It will not happen overnight. We've had a good kickstart for the first 4 or 5 years of this journey with the Driving the Electric Revolution funding and other funding programs that are going on. But we really do need more because we've got to move away from fossil fuels. We've got to generate green energy, which is mainly going to come from wind and solar. We need a bit of nuclear to provide some balance. We've then got to distribute that. We've got massive investments to make in our grid, and we've got to make it much smarter, and that's where power electronic systems will really come into play. We've gradually got to move towards solid state. And then we've got to deploy that green energy into industry, into transport, and into our homes. So the presentations this morning will cover the industry and transport elements, and we'll see how we go. Now, my colleagues in WMG have done some work to understand the demand, and they've set that out in gigawatts. We do a lot of work on energy innovation with our battery investments and capabilities. Significant work on the Faraday challenge for providing the electrical storage infrastructure. As you can see, mainly for the transport sector. Huge demand for 2035. We need about 260 gigawatts of energy storage capability to support the transport sector. But although those numbers look a lot smaller, that's still pretty significant. If you take the offshore wind, 9.8 gigawatts, that's equivalent to about 12 or 13 new 16 megawatt wind towers every week that need to be installed. So it is a significant manufacturing and large-scale fabrication challenge if we want to take the opportunity for that in the UK. Now that demand for just the transport side translates to a significant GVA opportunity for making more of this in the UK. Let's assume that we don't do anything except let market forces prevail. UK might get about 25% of that manufacturing business. If we can shift that to 50%, that's about 6 billion of revenues and 30,000 jobs in the UK. That seems to me to be making a really strong case for an intervention by the government to perhaps extend the Driving the Electric Revolution challenge, provide more investment there, maybe £200 or £300 million to generate 5-6 billion of GVA. Sounds like a no-brainer to me. So let's see if we can keep making that case. So the industrialisation centres, we've invested about 45 million of Innovate UK, UKRI funding into open access equipment across the UK. We've got a network of PEMD expertise across the country, over 30 partners in total, and we're aiming to make the UK recognised as a centre of excellence in PEMD manufacturing processes and capability. Whoops, what's happened there? So in terms of the where that principal investment, 45 million, has gone, it's gone into 8 centres of capability across the UK, from Glasgow, looking at megawatt scale capability to support the investments in the grid. Birmingham at the other end of the equation, looking at recycling magnets to really address one of the issues of rare earth elements where we import those. And we've got a huge circular economy opportunity in the UK, not just with magnets, but with a lot of scarce materials that we have to import to achieve all this electrification manufacturing, because we're gradually going to build up a park of electrified component systems infrastructure that over time will need to be replaced. And if we can develop the recovery, reuse, recycling infrastructure to do that, then our reliance on importing those materials will diminish over the next 20, 30 years. So that's a tremendous opportunity for us in the UK to get a real circular economy going for our electrification journey. The power electronics machines value chain, it covers things from electrical steels, magnets, and semiconductor production and packaging through to finished integrated systems. And the Derrick centres have got capability in all of those areas. So we've got an end-to-end expertise, and our facilities cover pretty much everything apart from the electrical steel end, where we've got no electrical steel manufacturing capacity in the UK currently. And that's an opportunity that, again, something we could look at going forward as the demand solidifies and moves forward. It's a very high value product, So it is attractive for the steel industry, but the volumes are relatively low against the higher volumes of more regular grades of steel used more widely. Our capabilities run from product and manufacturing, design, process equipment, big focus on process development and optimization, which is where our production capability equipment really comes into its own. Obviously, along with that, prototype manufacture and scale-up support. And scale-up is probably something you'll hear about a lot today in the sessions. That's the big challenge for the UK, to generate the solid demand and then the financing that will allow our expert small and medium manufacturers to actually invest in scaling up their facilities. And then in-process end-of-line test and validation, obviously material and component characterization, and then importantly the electrification skills. We are short of electrification skills in the UK. We've got to transition, we've got to re-educate a lot of our existing workforce who are mainly maybe mechanical engineers. We've got to move them into electrification capabilities. So we work together in various ways across the Derrick organisation. We've got a brochure, websites, press releases, social medias, seminars. We always try and support these kind of events as well, because we've got a strong message to push. Obviously, business development, we're always looking for projects, both commercial and collaborative, to help our industrial partners develop their capabilities. We help build consortia for carrying out those collaborative projects. And we obviously have very strong links with the academic community across the UK, and really trying to build that pull through from low TRL through to higher TRL activity. A couple of case studies for me to finish, and first one is an APC project, Future BEV, established by BMW as about 3.5, 4 years ago. The project's just finished, and that was to develop a UK supply chain for 800-volt inverters based on silicon carbide. Large project, 26 million overall. APC funded about 13 million of that. It delivered significantly mainstream competitive EV powertrain systems. As I said, 800-volt silicon carbide converters, and the big focus was on increasing reliability. Which I remember a few years ago my power electronics colleagues at Warwick said, we spend most of our time building something, powering it up and watch it burst into flames. So I think we've moved along a bit since then. The impact of this, my colleagues in School of Engineering, they built a world-leading test facility for power electronics, which was funded by the DER Challenge. And one of the partners, Custom Interconnect, they had no automotive sector business at the beginning of the project. They've now got over 20 automotive customers and have doubled the capacity of their business with a £9 million investment. So, and they're very active on social media. So go on to Custom Interconnect and see what John Boston is telling us today. And then the second project, which was extensively supported by WMG and our winding centre. We've had 2 DER-funded projects with Ricardo developing the Alumotor principle. Ricardo have a stand, and you can actually have a look at a half-size model of the Alumotor. They've got a full-size one in a big case down the bottom, and it's really interesting. It's magnet-free. It's aluminium stator, aluminium rotor, aluminium windings. So it's, although it's still pretty heavy, it's actually quite lightweight in overall terms. And we're looking at next stage opportunities to take that through to production with that concept, with Ricardo and one or two tier ones and supporting manufacturing systems. So that's me. Oh right, okay. We've got Joe up next, not Emilan. So I'll hand over to Joe, who will take you through the Magnumatics journey. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. I'm going to present on behalf of Magnumatics today and give you an insight from an ops perspective. My role at Magnumatics is operations director. I've been with the business about a year, so I come in as a fresh pair of eyes and give you a perspective of not only what the process innovation has brought us and the collaboration with Innovate UK and other partners, but what is the legacy that then we have off the back of a project we're about to close. Okay, so I'll take you back to the beginning, very much whistle-stop tour and some teasers into some of our technology, but sticking in very much in my lane and talking from an operational perspective in our infrastructure. Back in 2001, the first ever mag gear, magnetic gear, as a demonstrator, soon became an integrated mag gear. Magnumatics was then formed in 2006, but it was really in 2008 when academic curiosity, in the words of our CTO, then became more strategic partnerships. So with those strategic partners, we then started to form essentially what our business model is, taking engineering concept all the way through to essentially productionization. But that final step is really what I want to touch on today. So obviously over that period of time, we formed our own sort of core products, which are very much available on our website, and I'll signpost you that way. But really, as we move through to validation with these customers to say, yes, we've now proven essentially a concept where we can replace your more traditional technologies with an electrified method of delivering those outcomes, the natural next step for us is, okay, well, can now you produce on a serial basis? Because in terms of that investment in R&D, it's very much a case of what's going to come out the other side. It's all very interesting, of course, and amazing, but if you can't do it at cost and you can't deliver sustainably, how are we supposed to replace our supply chains accordingly with something that's electrified? So for us, in 2023, we embarked on the Factorum project in collaboration with partners like WMG, but through the Innovate UK funding. And over that period of time, since 2023, we embarked on a journey of our vision of becoming the maker. So Factorum, for those who've got pocket dictionaries by their side, essentially loosely translates as the maker. So very much in our business, we're renowned for our product innovation, but now I want to take you on a very short whistle-stop journey as to how we essentially now become process innovators. So just before I move on to the next slide, actually, I'll make reference here to where we stand today and alongside the Factorum project. We're now well into production with one of our key strategic partners, SMD, which is now in public domain, 30 subsea thrusters later and 77 more planned for this year and baked into our forecast. We're now very much on that journey. So on the closure of the Factorum project, which is now imminent, we're now very much on that journey. So the best way to frame our journey of becoming the maker, I'll sort of signpost you here to broadly our factory process steps, core process steps across our factory, our value stream, if you will. And essentially, from an operational perspective, how do we scale up? How do we become sustainable? Well, you know, pretty common measures in the industry: safety, quality, cost, delivery, and people, human interaction. If we have any process failings across any of these sort of measurement areas, then ultimately it's going to hinder our sustainability. So as part of this project, we highlighted 4 of these process steps to innovate on a process level, much towards safety and quality being the paramount areas. A lot of what we do essentially is born out of a need, an experimental need to specifically focus on our product rather than our need to process this on a serial basis. So very much a teaser for you in terms of the technological value of these. On the right-hand side, you can see, for those eagle eyes there, establishing tension in our coil winding process with bottles of water, essentially. And the reason for showing you this photo shows you how, essentially, our product innovators start their journey. This is a real journey for us. On the left-hand side, you can see a very deliberately small image of our prototype solution of basically not only establishing a consistent winding method, that the placement of the wires improves our product integrity, but also now it's an enclosed system, and we've validated that through proof of concept to say that there'll be no hands inside this machine. We can then become sustainable in the safety context. The second of our upgrades, and this is huge for us in terms from an operational perspective, is our internal and external magnet process, our lowest performing process in terms of safety and quality, in terms of rework time and essentially strip down and redo. On the right hand side there, our signposted towards lots of hands in the picture, both in terms of it limits our consistency to deliver this on a repeat basis, but also safety is a critical aspect for us when we're talking about handling magnets. These are not magnets you buy from Fisher-Price. On the left-hand side, a very, very quick visual and a teaser, something I can signpost you to stand 19 to take a closer look at. Essentially, we've replaced that with a very repeatable method, and this particular one I'm going to come back to around the impact in terms of labour cost, making our technology more accessible to our customers in terms of the payback period to go electrified. But also in terms of our delivery performance and increasing our factory throughput. This is a particularly disruptive process in our facility. Flux measurement is the next one, very similar in terms of how close we are from our prototype outcomes in the context of the Factorum project to making something productionized. Essentially, the design you can see on the left-hand side, which is the future state, if you like. So you've got the top left is our prototype, our proof of concept. If you look at the CAD visual underneath, essentially look very similar because they are. So we're very, very close in terms of productionizing that, and that's going to be, by the middle of this year, this will be our standard working production, very much akin to magnet placement. It's worth noting here that on the right-hand side, for those who can see, that's a V-block, essentially, that we're mounting our components in, and then manually indexing 2 degrees to take flux measurements in process. Then there's a manual process of documenting the measurement and a manual process of assessing whether that's intolerance. We're now replacing it with something that's automatically indexed, it's loaded, the human interaction incredibly low, and essentially we can multi-man that setup in production and have automatic feedback that says red or green. And that allows us to then scale the process and scale the value stream. And finally, our carbon fibre banding process. Again, this is one that's born out of a specific product need. So on the right-hand side, you can see a fairly sort of well-recognised banding process where essentially we're layering carbon fibre banding across a length of tube which contains our magnet rotors and allows us to access applications at ultra-high speed. From an operational point of view, you can see on the right-hand side there that, and you can probably see just for those who are familiar with that sort of technology, the inconsistency it causes in terms of layering and then breakages because the tension is not consistent across the whole winding process. What we've now formed is something where, because we've increased the consistency of both the layering and the tension applied and have a hands-free operation that's not requiring human interaction and a high level of skill, we're actually able now to increase our tension quite significantly to deliver an improved and optimised product outcome as well as a process that's sustainable. So in reflection across all these optimisations and in reflection to the project, for us as Magnematics, we can stand here and say that essentially that intervention from Innovate UK and support and partnerships with the likes of WMG has allowed us to innovate our processes to a level where we can be sustainable, we can evidence that to customers and essentially get ahead of the curve. Because one observation that we make here is what we do at Magnematics is special, and I can stand up here and others will do the same, our colleagues on the stand, and what we do currently is also unique, but it won't be forever. So what this has allowed us to do is make us sustainable and allow us to scale ahead of time, not so much ahead of time as it turns out, because we're well into production and we're having to sort of build that plane in the air metaphorically somewhat. But in terms of the partnership, I wanted to talk a little bit about, just to sort of close as a penultimate message to the group around infrastructure and the importance of these kind of collaborations towards us Magnematics as an SME. What you can see here, for those who are really boring and opsy like me, You've got a labour cost, a relative labour cost continuum across these processes on the left-hand side, and depicted on the right, throughput. Essentially, that delivery performance, how balanced are your lines in the factory. So I won't do that to death because, of course, that's no fun for anybody. But what I will point out is what we've managed to evidence, and these are real figures. These are proof of concepts, they're prototypes. But as I said, particularly magnet placement and flux measurement, those prototypes are so close to being the design of what will then be productionized with flexibility across different product types and sizes. But broadly, those are real figures in terms of reduction. Obviously, they're relative numbers for sensitivity purposes. But on the right-hand side, that is also a real throughput impact because of the disruption and how we've targeted processes that both lack sustainability in terms of safety and quality, but also those things are not mutually exclusive in terms of how we measure our operation, how sustainable we are. So in terms of Factorum's momentum then, so we're about to close the project. What have we done to sort of catapult ourselves forward? If you like. So since the turn of the year in 2024, when I joined the organisation, in parallel to these developments and investments through Innovate UK, we've invested in ourselves. We've put in operational infrastructure, increased metrics on the shop floor, in increased communications with the production team. We've invested in metrology, so now we've got a CMM on site, which previously we were working with our supply chain partners to give ourselves that capability. We're in the process of implementing an ERP system with our partners at Total Control Pro, and also strategic stocking policies. We're now serial production is real for us. We can't be buying make-to-order scenarios. We're now putting in stocks in place to allow us to be production ready and agile to move in demands. So all of a sudden it starts to feel like we're becoming that maker. So in terms of the legacy then, moving forward, we've already got 3 patents applications that have been submitted off the back of Factorum, specifically in terms of those process innovations. We've got 6 internal projects that this week we've signed off to move ahead with, an internal investment of £100,000, which is incredible for our organisation in terms of investment in something which previously would have been, you could argue, be speculative. You know, ultimately, in a normal manufacturing context, in traditional manufacturing context, you can support that level of investment with firm orders into the future. Obviously, our investment in ourselves is catapulting us forward off the back of the work that we've done on Factorum with our partners in Innovate UK. But I would say the one sort of message I'd want to leave you with is the change I've seen in terms of our organisation and confidence to innovate on a process level, not just a product level. So I think, you know, from our side, the partnership is massive, and special thanks go to the guys at WMG in terms of their support. But I want to leave you with a short video, which is hot off the press. It's the first cut of some work we've done, essentially as a marketing video, which we've actually got on the stand as well. But it kind of brings all of those pictures I've tried to paint with words into the fore. So I hope you enjoy. that's my cue to hand over. So thank you very much.
Right. Morning, everyone. So I'm here on behalf of Wienerberger. So we'll talk a bit about the research and manufacturing to provide electrification solutions. So now I'm just going to talk a bit about the industry. So I'm not sure that every one of you is familiar with Wienerberger. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the products that we're making. So basically we are providing a solution for the built environment. So we are a large brick producer present in 28 countries in the world. And in the UK, we got 17 production sites. So clay bricks, clay tiles and concrete tiles are the main cores. But we also have like 5 different brands within the UK to produce entire build solution. So this is the range of products we are offering. So coming from roof, facade, blocks, also pipework. And we are quite an energy-intensive industry, as you may imagine. Currently burning a lot of natural gas to make all these products, and that's why we embark this journey on electrification, but decarbonization as a general. That's why in 2021 we released our sustainability strategy. So it was to reduce initially the CO2 emissions by 15% by 2023, based on the 2020 baseline, and now we moved on to the 2026 to 2030 sustainability strategy. So today we're more focusing on the first pillar, which is all about the decarbonization. So on the back of that strategy, we got a full roadmap explaining how we're going to achieve the CO2 reduction target and tackle the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Today I'm going to talk about a specific project that we've done in the Warnham factory, which is based South London near Horsham. So that is a soft mud brick factory, so 65 million of bricks produced annually. It's quite a big site, so soft mud is basically we're taking the clay from the quarry that are next to the site, and we add quite a lot of water to form the bricks. Then we have to dry the bricks, so remove like all the moisture. We do that in 7 drying chamber, using currently waste heat recovery from the kilns, plus top up with natural gas burner. And once it's dried, we fire them at more than 1,000 degrees in the kiln. So again, quite a lot of gas use currently. So we saw an opportunity on the dryer part of it, because when we are drying the bricks, we are going to exhaust quite moist air. So even though this moist air is at 65 degrees, it's because it has a lot of relative humidity in it. It has a lot of latent energy, so we can use that low-grade energy and use that back in the process. So that is where the heat pump technology on an industrial scale comes on. So briefly on the heat pump concept, to put it simply, it's the reverse of a refrigerator. So we're taking that moist, warmish air and we condense it to extract all the water from it, and the temperature will then increase. So for the water part, we can then filter it and treat it and put it back in our forming process. And the waste heat that is now warmed up can be reused back in the process in the dryer. And then we can reduce then the natural gas consumption on the dryer. The heat pumps are using electricity, and everything is powered from green electricity in the UK. And even though it's still quite new technology, all these industrial heat pumps, we've done within the group, Wienerberger Group, elsewhere in Europe, some pilot plant, and there is a full factory in the Netherlands that is currently working and with the heat pumps. In the UK, we also have like a different type of heat pumps, which are the air source heat pump that we use more in the concrete plants. So that is a busy schematic explaining the principle. So you can see like you got 7 drain chambers. So we got all the stacks from each of the drain chambers that are now linked all together to just gather all the moist heat. And all that heat is going through the heat pump. The water loop circuit, so coming at 65 degrees and going back out at 90 degrees, is fed in the different drain chambers through heat exchanger, and the water then condensate within the tower and reused back in the system. We started the installation Q1 last year, so I had to make a full new civil base and allocate some space in the stockyard. And these are just some picture of the before state, where you can see like the different stacks, all the CAD drawing layout and visage, and now the current status with everything being installed. We're just waiting now. Actually, the commissioning is now in progress, so we'll have full results later on this year, hopefully. A few more pictures on the installation, which involves a lot of craning and ducting. And we've done the installation without stopping the factory. So we done it like 1 chamber at a time throughout last year. To talk about figures, because I think that's quite important and interesting for everyone. So that was a £4.5 million project. And we envisage it to save 83% of the dry gas. So it's around 60% of the gas emission for the site. So that should save 3,700 tonnes of CO2 annually. So as you can see in the cost benefit, but also the increase on electricity costs, because obviously electricity in this country is quite more expensive than natural gas. There is pretty much no payback. Thankfully, we benefited from a grant funding from IETF. And as Wienerberger, we now, for the deep decarbonization project, don't look only at payback, but also the cost of ton of CO2 reduction, which allow us to do such projects. And we are still continuing into the electrification journey, looking at technologies such as the heat pump in different factories in the UK, but also in other factories in Europe. And in the UK, on the electrification topic, we are also working out air source heat pump, electrification on the kiln, which is another challenge. And that's about it for me. Good. Cameron?
Thanks to our other presenters. We've got a few minutes for questions. So I think if I can ask Emilon and Joe to come back up onto the stage. And I think we've got 1 or 2 roving mics. Have we, Pete? Yep, so happy to take any questions that you may have. Ben.
Thank you. May I ask Magnumatics the impact of the funding? You talked a bit about it, but I get the impression without the CR&D funding for that project, it would have been very difficult to do most of these things. If you talk a bit about why that is.
Yeah, so in terms of a small business as we are, a growing business, but an SME all the same, I think, naturally in any kind of line of work, you look at payback and you look at terms of cash position. I think if we were to look at, okay, we've got sealed orders that go into the future, of course, that investment becomes not speculative. Those payback numbers we see on the screen, you can monetize those and go, okay, well, this is a worthwhile investment, this is a sound investment. Whereas what we're actually trying to do is put in infrastructure for something that the demand is not fully there yet. It's on the cusp. But of course, if your customers are considering replacing their traditional technologies for something that's electrified, they're not going to invest heavily in an R&D program that doesn't have an ability to serially produce thereafter. So you're at that kind of tipping point where it's a case of, okay, this feels a bit speculative, unless you've got a solid contract in place to do that. It becomes incredibly difficult. So by accessing this fund, it's massive for us because we can put that infrastructure in place before, essentially, you run in production. So as it's actually fallen, because with our partners we are going into production, we are kind of building that plane in the air, to use that analogy again. But actually, without that funding, and it started 2 years ago. So essentially, now we're in this position, and we can look at those numbers and go, thank goodness we did that at the time that we did and embarked upon that, because now we can hit the numbers this year that are over double what they were last year.
And do you think you would have got the projects or the new sales and whatnot that you're talking about? Would you have got those without this project? Would you have still got them?
To speculate, I'm going to say probably not. I think clearly our product and the uniqueness of our product is exciting for the future, and the sort of partners the organisations that partner with us are normally bigger than us. And in terms of that R&D process and the investment in R&D, to us it's of massive significance, and in relative terms maybe not to them. But for us, I would say we can now legitimately show those same slides to our customers who are considering going into serial production with us, and you get a confidence that, okay, Magnumatics can serially produce, they have got the infrastructure in place, and they're taking this process of moving from an R&D context to a repeat serial production context very seriously. And it's through that partnership that we're able to do that.
Yeah, if I can just add a little bit to that. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Joe, but I think it does show up the strength of the UK innovation system with the interventions that we get from Innovate UK, UKRI. We're moving from sort of trust me to here it is. And I think that's the key if we are doing something relatively new. We're pushing at the boundaries of what's technically possible in a lot of these areas, and we have to be successful. We have to move reasonably at pace if we're going to reach our net zero targets and electrify pretty much everything over the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So this pump priming of developing capability is really important. The investment that's been put into the PMD industrialisation centres concept is great. What we now need is more of the I think the CR&D funding, collaborative funding. We've got APC and ATI covering the automotive and aerospace sectors with significantly large projects. The real benefit of the DER program was it was providing smaller funding to help companies like Magnumatics and others to really go through a relatively smaller project, but really demonstrate that proof of concept, so that Joe can go to his potential customers and say, yeah, here it is, and we can scale it. And I think that's the key going forward. We really need to make the case for more CR&D funding at the £2, £3, £4, £5 million project level. Okay, I think we're out of time. We need to clear the decks for the next session. So once again, thank you for coming along, and thank you to our presenters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
good it's true. It's like a gun in my lungs, breathing in the air. Don't hear you really know just how much I care. Can't even get mad at you. What a thing you're really sweet. Feels so good it's true. It's like a gun in my lungs, breathing in the air. Don't hear you really know just how much I care. Haven't you really know how much I care? Haven't you really know how much I care? Haven't you really know the love thing, how much I care? Haven't you really know how much I care? Want you so bad, can't even get mad at you. What a thing you're really sweet, feels so good it's true. It's like a gun in my lungs, breathing in the air. Don't hear you really know just how much I care. The love thing from Superfly. The love thing from Superfly.
5-minute changeover seemed to work out okay, didn't it? So yeah, looking forward to this next session. This has been one close to my heart. I've been organising this for a little while now. So, yeah, in this session, we're going to be talking about first of a kind, ups and downs of scaling new technology. So, first of a kind, or FOAK. Quick question, by raise of hands, has anyone heard of the term folk or FOAK? A smattering, yeah. Who's never heard of it? And who can give a folk? Hey. All right. So for me, at least, it's been a term that's been coming to prominence of late. And it's sort of recognising that if we are really going to achieve net zero, if we're going to make the economic gains that we can through the transition, then we need to develop and scale new technology rapidly. So we've got some esteemed speakers here who are facing that challenge head on and are creating these first-of-a-kind sites to meet that challenge. But as I'm sure they recognise, and I certainly do, it's not easy. So in this session, we want to sort of uncover what are the ups and downs that they've gone through, what are the motivations behind that journey, and we'll hear a brief introduction from each one of them, and then we'll have an opportunity for you to ask questions, and we'll have a bit of discussion, hopefully. And yeah, at the end of it, hopefully everyone goes away energized. Okay, so first I'm going to hand over to, check my run sheet, Richard. Okay.
Hi everyone. Good morning. Hopefully a presentation will turn up. Does it? Mm-hmm. Right. Brilliant. So everyone, I'm Richard Locke. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and MD of Holly Firm Limited. We are a scale-up company based in obviously the UK, and we do fermentation. So what we're doing, so instead of brewing beer, brewing wine, baking bread, we brew biosurfactants. Hopefully you know what they are. If you don't, I can guarantee every single one of you have used them today and you haven't even noticed about them. They're a foundation technology and they're used in every part of our life, from washing ourselves to putting the dyes in our shirts to make sure our clothes are basically dyed correctly. So this is what we've been doing, and we've been taking it our approach has always been to build. And let me just go through our slide. So who are we and where have we come from? This is probably pretty important. We originally were founded in 2018 and we're a spin out from the University of Manchester. And in that time, Ben, our CEO, we got initial investment from ICOS Capital, but in that time we'd also got initial funding from Innovate, so there was a £250,000 SMART grant to take us through, and then we got a £750,000 SMART grant as well. That was linked in with our investment portfolio of the seed round. I joined in January 2020, and that's when we pivoted the company. Typically, the company was we were spinning out, we're going to try and license the technology, but I decided when I joined with my experience in industry was let's build it. And we've come from an aspirational point of wanting to remove 250 million tonnes of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. I can tell you 5 years ago when we said that, we used to get laughed at. And literally people said it's not going to happen. But actually now what we're seeing is people need that to happen. From us, what we've then taken is we've taken that same mentality, that drive, to basically build the assets ourselves. Why is that? Because actually, in other talks that we talk around, the UK is pretty poor at taking us from TRL 7 to 9. So instead of us trying to use that and change that, we did it ourselves. So hopefully we can give that experience to industry and to new startups and scale-ups, and even to government and to the TFI and to UKRI, so that we can get more. Because at the moment, there's just not enough of us in the country. From there, we've gone our Series A. We've been funded by Rhapsody, USA, Clean Growth Fund UK. In total, we've raised about 29.5 million external funding. Use UK support through TFI, through all our other grants has taken us to about 3.2 million. We've also done some debt raising, and then we've also done JV and projects with companies on our R&D side. In essence, though, we've always been focused on building capital. And what we do to do that, though, we've had to use, majority of our money has actually come from the USA because they are more risk tolerant than we find in the UK. But we just worked with that system to do that. Hopefully, though, we can start changing that to put real capital, because real capital means real jobs. In this journey here, we are now at 55 employees. I've also set up a US company, and I've got employees in the USA, and I've got employees in Australia. But UK-based is 55 people, and we're looking to expand that. And this is what we built for our money. So this is a real size plant. It took us 18 months to build that. We built it from scratch. We had to do all of our infrastructure. We've had to do all of our electrical designs, all our engineering designs. One thing I will say as well, what we did is we've chosen to do it ourselves simply because we know we had to make it happen. And I would say that to everyone in here, because typically you're told to go via EPC houses or things to de-risk builds or to de-risk your process. But actually what you need to do is understand that you're the ones that are living it and breathing it and doing it. So that's what we leveraged. This is functional. One thing I will say would be great is if the UK changed their electricity policy. That would be fantastic because we have the most expensive in the world. But we live with that. And I think that's it really from me. Open to questions when we sit down.
Thanks very much, Richard. Over to Liz, yeah? Store up your questions.
Hi, I'm Liz. I'm CEO at Material Evolution. So my background is I have my PhD in sustainable cements. The company was actually started in my parents' garage with a machine bought off eBay, like all good startups are. How I like to talk about folk or FOAC, depending on your kind of pronunciation, is that if I knew it was going to be that hard, I don't know if I'd do it again. A spreadsheet was much easier for building this factory. But at Material Evolution, we have the vision of reducing a gigaton of carbon by 2040. It's huge ambitions, and that's only going to be done through partnerships. We believe in the cement space, you have to design and build. You have to show proof. It has to be at a scale that is usable and making an impact. So we're looking at industrial byproducts using our alkali fusion process, which is a process that forces phase changes on particles without heat. We're able to get an 85% reduction in CO2 emissions, and that's just the start for us. So in our factory in Wrexham, we can produce up to 120,000 tons of material every year. This is our first-of-a-kind facility where we're de-risking that tech, we're getting into customers' hands, and we're proving that new technologies can scale. This has been really heavily supported by Innovate UK. We've received 10 million in grants from them to help us scale up this project, look at different industrial feedstocks. We've also done our Series A funding round, so we did that in 2023. What we're looking at now, and what we've really learned from this process, is we actually used an EPC, but we took stuff out that we thought was too expensive or too long. So I wanted the comfort that we would have this process guaranteed. We were building a whole new process, so this alkali fusion piece, but we wanted something to give us a guarantee that it would work, that we could fit those flow rates, that we could do the things we needed in that factory. But also, as a good hardware founder, I'm cheap. We needed to take things out that were expensive or anything that took too long. So actually, we designed and built this factory in 8 months. It was on time, it was on budget, which for FOAC or folk is unheard of. The team did an amazing job. I mean, I'm here standing here, but I wasn't the one building it. I was the bad guy on the build. So if anything came to me, it was because I took the role of being the elusive founder who would lose their mind and make unreasonable requests, like all good CEOs. So my request at one point was that we couldn't get a structural welder because of the EU changing in with Brexit. So that's an 8-hour course. I threatened to go and do that course. And then that afternoon, we found a structural welder. So small threats of doing structural welds really helps with this process. But I think what we've learned is that it's about how do you build relationships, how do you leverage people, how do you look for the bits that block you. And I think that's what we really take from this journey. How do we do it again? And now what we're doing at the moment is we're putting the factory through its beasting mode, which is how does it break? Where do we break it? Because if we learn those lessons now, we can create the blueprint for scaling our alkali fusion process in the future. And I think that's it from me. I didn't even get to the minute, I told you.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks. Please don't break it. Please don't break it. Right, who's up next? It is Mark. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Roberts. I'm a Sustainability and Circular Value Chain Director, Circular Economy Director for Berry Global. We're a global packaging manufacturer, so a very different environment to the guys here. We make plastic packaging, and we were supported by Innovate to develop and build a first-of-a-kind mechanical recycling facility to take polypropylene packaging back from household waste back into food contact quality. So we all know that PET bottles are, a lot of them now have got recycled content in them, but actually no polypropylene packaging, so no butter tubs or yogurt pots or soup dishes or meat trays or any of these kind of things are made with recycled content at the moment because we don't have an approved technology to be able to take polypropylene back into food contact. We built a plant in Leamington Spa in the just south of Birmingham, which I'm going to show you a little video of at the moment, but just a quick kind of précis. What we were trying to achieve with this was to develop a product for our consumer packaging, which had a set of characteristics like this, which seem on the face of it quite trite, fairly obvious that we need to be, the product needs to be safe and kind of all of these things. But in fact, it was actually quite a complex challenge to be able to take what you put in your bin at home, in your dry recycling bin at home, into something that we can then put back into that product and really create the circular economy. And the 4 and a bit million that we got from Innovate was the difference that it made for our CapEx committee to support this project, because actually in the end we're a packaging company, not a recycling company, to support this project and deliver a solution for our customers versus not doing it and building another thermoforming line in Brazil or China or one of these others. So it's an internal market that we're competing against, the Innovate funding definitely made the difference between being able to do it and not. I've got a short video of the plant, which we did fairly early on in the process. As you'll see, it's a fairly sizable operation, about a £30 million investment overall. So Berry put in about 28 million and Innovate put in about 4. We got some, has it stopped? We're not going to get it. Have you got, can you get a still of it, do you think? It's playing on your screen, but it's not casting up. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we don't get to see it then. It's a big factory in Leamington Spa. It's about 80,000 square metres. It consists of sorting, separation, washing and decontamination technologies. quite a complex range of different processes, and backed up by a whole load of analytical development that we had to do to ensure the safety of the material. I think, we're very proud of it. It's definitely a first of a kind. We're still not quite where we need to be from an approvals perspective, but we're right on the cusp of that. And I'm sure we'll get into the regulatory side of it as we go through. But I think that was the end of the process, except to say that these are all the kind of products that we're now able to produce in it, and will be a lot of personal care items at the moment that we're moving into food contact items shortly. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mark. I've had the pleasure of watching the video, so I'm sure we can get a copy of it and make sure that people have access to that. But now, last but by no means least, we'll hand over to Tom.
Thank you, Chris. And in the continuation of Chris's good folk puns, it's fucking awesome to see you here today and have such a full room surrounded around this important topic. My name's Tom. I'm the founder and CEO here at Adaptivate. I'm going to just kind of run through who we are, what we've done with the support from Innovate UK and the Investor Partnerships Programme, and then what we've learned in the context of what this means moving forward. So I am a builder by background. I worked as a stonemason, plasterer, that sort of thing on a building site where the idea originally came from, then won an entrepreneur competition, got into Imperial College London, and we've scaled the idea since then. So this is really a concept that's delivered from the practical application for the global market. I'm really fortunate to still be part of the business and at the the CEO of it. But who are we? We've won a bunch of awards. We essentially take CO2 out of the atmosphere and we put them into building materials that everyone can use. This room is surrounded by wallboard, plasterboard, drywall, depending on what you call it, wherever you are. It's the third most used building material in the world. And it sits on the substructure of the building, so it's a really good way of getting carbon into buildings on a really voluminous scale. And I'm going to show you how we kind of do that. We raised a bunch of money, both from private equity and from Innovate UK through a number of different mechanisms there, most recently through the IPP, and I'll show you what we've delivered through that. Currently raising a bunch more money right now, 3 to 4 million. We're also looking to Innovate UK on loans and other mechanisms to be able to support that, to make every single pound kind of go a bit further. So I'd love to talk to people about that. Team of 25, we're based in Bristol, multifunctional teams you can imagine. Scrappy, but quite well balanced, I'd say. We've built and commissioned this line, this pilot line. So we're probably a bit earlier than these two, than Liz and Richard here. We're probably just a little bit earlier than that. But we've got the product hitting standard. We've designed and built it ourselves with our team. With products hitting standard, the kind of international standard of wallboard. So that's a really significant milestone. And we've got some products online being sold through Juicens. We've got a bagged plaster product that's sold through Juicens and various other national merchants, which is great, underpinned by a bunch of IP. So that's who we are. Where do I point that? Oh, there we go. Here we go. What we basically do is we are a licensing company. So much as Rich and Liz have said, is that we believe we need to build, but we need to build to a certain point to then license this to the biggest players in the market. Okay? Because then we're driven by change. We're driven by that on a global basis. And this approach in terms of building and proving the key IP assets on an industrial scale to harness that IP and give you maximum de-risking for your production partners is, we believe, the best way to go in our industry. So that means that we patent protect various formulations, but we don't typically protect through patents our process IP. We keep that as trade secrets and know-how intentionally. And then we license that to people around the world, and we have conversations with the biggest producers of building materials in the world to deploy this through their channels and their capital projects to their markets. Okay, so we're a technology platform that can be tailored to your requirements, speaking to you all as production partners, rather strangely, for your markets and what you want to achieve. Okay, and that builds on both of our strengths. We've delivered this pilot line. This is part of it. Some of it's other sensitive areas, but essentially the Transforming Foundation Industries Investor Partnerships Programme enabled us to really go from TRL 6 and MRL 5 really to TRL 7. We've delivered that pilot project. It's a platform for improvement. In fact, we are continuing to make adaptations to it. Liz was talking about that, beasting it. How can you get it working more efficiently? But what can you learn for the industrial process? The industrial scale and the commercial negotiation to be able to deliver that is now absolutely key, and some learnings on the next slide. And so now we're really entering into this industrialization and this commercialization phase, which is super exciting, and I think a massive opportunity for UK government as well, and industry sat in this room. So, great, we've delivered one thing, terrific, that was hard. We've gone through the first, back of fag packet, proving it out, Innovate UK, early stage stuff, then you're into pilot, then you're into demo, and then you're into folk. We're probably, as you can see at the end of that second phase, crikey, you start burning a fair bit of cash, right? It takes a fair bit to, what are our learnings this is now? You're burning a fair bit of cash, you've got a fair team, and it's hardware, so it's hefty. Scaling the industrial processes takes a fair bit of money and time, and more money and time. You've got to take another capital-intensive step because you've learned something, and it takes time to be able to implement that. Testing, iterating, validating takes more time on that. So you see where I'm going with this, time, money. It's all quite compounds. And so you're then sat in a situation also kind of asking yourself some questions. Can I go straight from pilot to license this on a global scale? What are the risks attached to that? Could I do that for speed? Is that better from a capital point of view? And do we have the runway to be able to do that? Could one of these companies buy us? Do we get into bed with them? Are all questions that we ask ourselves. But reality check. In terms of folk, there is no silver bullet. Some of the things that we've learned are the decisions are never perfect. They're never based on 100% confident data. So you've got to be scrappy. You've got to parallel track things quite often. We can learn from other industries. It takes a lot of grit and more cash and more time than you think, and you have to be prepared for that. And this is where I think government has got a big opportunity, okay, and industry, is funding this gap between TRL 7 and 9, because we're really good at doing it from 3 to 6, 3 to 7. We're really good at all these universities. But if businesses like ours, don't get out into the world, either licensing our technology, and I know I'm short on time, licensing our technology or commercializing it, there is no tax dollar that then comes back into the British purse. And especially at this point in time, we need to be really mindful about that, about our identity, okay? And we have a really good opportunity here to do that. So, but this is based on honesty, clarity of where you are, and transparency with what's needed with your team, with yourself, with your peers, with the government, with your funders, and I think that's enough from me. Thanks very much. Sorry. I'll sit over here.
Okay. Well, thank you to all of our speakers. So now we have some time for a bit of chit-chat, a bit of discussion. So I'm going to open it up to the audience. If anyone has a question, hopefully one of my esteemed colleagues will bring a mic to you. So,
thank you very much. Is that okay? It's working. This is a question to Richard. It was great to see some scale-up of fermentation in the UK. Investors don't typically invest in stainless steel. How on earth did you persuade them to put so much money into it?
Actually, it was really interesting. Sorry, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, brilliant. So, in short answer, it was America. And I hate to say that, I really do. It was our investor Rhapsody, their actual, which comes from Boston, their ethos for their fund is steel. And they were like, we want capital. So what's really interesting is Rhapsody turned us down in our seed. So in our seed round, ICOS came in and did it, but Rhapsody said no, because the original part of the technology was around licensing the technology. For us, though, when we did our Series A, and we'd already pivoted the company to say we're going to build it, that's when Rhapsody came in and said, yeah, we can do that. What we then also did, though, to take that down or to de-risk it, is we sort of turned biotech on its head. And what I mean by that is we said it doesn't need to be white coats. It needs to be industrial. So we bought things second hand. So that plant that you can see behind us, all of the bulk tanks are ex-juicing tanks, all of our downstream is ex-dairy. We built our main fermenters. I didn't go to a biotech builder, I went to a nuclear builder who could build nuclear vessels. Because I said, actually, if you can build a nuclear vessel, you can build a fermenter. And actually they did it at a fraction of the price. Because a biotech, I called it the wedding effect. If you say you're going to do biotech, they're going to stick a zero on the end. And so we sort of was innovative in that way. But in short, it was because Rhapsody wanted capital and wanted bits of equipment. And every time they come around, our investors from the US, they call it their happy place. They go 13 metres up in the air and then they look out of what we've built. And that's really sort of been one of our drives.
Excellent, yeah. Yeah, there's a question here.
Hi, I'm Charles from Sightline, so thank you, Tom, for using our chart. I had a question for Liz, actually. I saw that your plant has a 120,000 ton output, and I was wondering if you'd already de-risked demand with sales partnerships, and if you could disclose a bit around that prior to construction.
Yeah. So the plant's actually built on with a customer. So we're co-located, so some of the thing is going directly into that silo. And then what we've been doing is de-risking it by looking at different applications. For cement, it's about, can you do ready mix? Can you do precast? How do you de-risk across that? So if we truly want to scale, we have to prove it works across all kind of applications. So that's what we've been doing. We've been building partnerships, those long-term joint developments. And then the next stage is building plants on their site. So you prove it with one, and then you can scale. And that's kind of how you do the next of a kind. Because we love an acronym, don't we?
Hi.
Yeah, this is a question for the panel. I'm from a company called Carbon Bait Technologies, and we're TRL 4.5. I'm interested to know the experience of applying for grants and what perhaps the sort of earlier stage companies on the panel, how they've actually done it. Because we're finding it really difficult because there's only a few of us. And what some recommendations or tips they might give.
Yeah, no, perfect. I have to say, having had the discussion we had beforehand, the questions that have come up are in line with what I was sort of planning with us. So around capital, how you get capital. So grants, really good. Tom, do you want to come in on?
Yeah, I can do. I think you've got to you can't make them part of your kind of core cash flow. I think is rule 101. I think that can be a really dangerous place to be from learning experience. I think there's a number of no-win, no-fee people that write them that can help you write them. That's worthwhile having a look at. They're not always the best terms. It depends on your bandwidth and what your skill set is. You might also think about how bringing that capability in-house might be really helpful. So, for instance, our CTO, one of the main reasons that I brought him in was because he had experience of grant writing. And I think the other thing that helps you through this phase, I think, is getting really aware, and there's lots of people, I think, in this room at this event that will help you understand what thing is the right thing for you right now, because you can spend a lot of time doing stuff that's not in scope. And I think rule 101, when you start writing grants, and speak to Innovate UK and KTN and those people that are there to support you through this, like the research councils and earlier stage proof of concept stuff would maybe more applicable, or an accelerator that gets you through that phase that then gets you to be able to write the next grant. And it's sort of like a process in itself, if you know what I'm saying. So being on scope, I think, is absolutely imperative. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah.
But keep going.
Yeah, I'd echo it, really. I think we did a two-stage process. So even though we're a big company, it was still very much a small team trying to do this thing and get this thing over the ground. I wrote a lot of the first one in combination with Sally at KTN. The first stage of it, the second stage of it, when we got to the final bit of the funding, we got somebody in to do it, which was recommended by the KTN as well. So it was, yeah, exactly the same experience. I think bandwidth is good. It's a specialist skill. If you're not going to do it again, you you don't want to learn how to do it because it's not going to be much use in real life. It's only good for this. So I think get somebody in to help you because it really makes a difference.
To give it what we did, that was I think instead of give a bit of a different perspective, in all of our grant writing, we always tried to do start to finish. So we always linked with somebody like an industry partner who would then test the material, even though it was they're only a minor part of it. So, for example, on one of our grants, we used a brand, a small tier 2 brand that sells into like B&M in the UK, and we got them, and their small part was only about a 60,000, 70,000 part of the grant. But what it demonstrated for us and to Innovate is that you can see a market at the end, and so we got us doing the concept by University of Manchester, us then scaling it up and doing the technology process stuff, but then showing real world current activity, even though it was a small part. That was actually quite difficult. I found it more difficult to find an industrial partner than I did the backwards, so forwards, because a lot of small SMEs within the UK have no idea about grants and Innovate. And when I was going in and saying, yeah, you do realise we can put your time against this, so actually it's covering all of your costs, etc., they were like, no, this can't be true. And how much effort and how much red tape is it? Actually, if you can word it correctly, it's not that much for them. And because we were the lead applicant, we dealt with all of the noise that would normally put an SME off. And we found that's really helpful. So we've done that in there, and our latest one is in textiles. So an industry that you wouldn't think is really big in the UK, and it's not, but we're actually, again, we've gone to an end user that is now testing it to give us real life sort of application data, and that seems to have been how we've managed to do it. Don't know if that helps.
And I'm terrible at writing grants. I actually never got any of ours funded. It's my co-founder. So I think there's like a language. Like I'm great on the vision, but that does not get us grants. But I think you also have to bring in a research institute. So like we use Materials Processing Institute. We did the thing with the partners. I think educating them that they can get this and building that full value chain in the grant is really important and allowed us to get money when there was 3 of us in the garage. So I think that is how we looked at it.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah. So quick plug. KTN was mentioned. It's now Innovate UK Business Connect, so you can talk to me or one of my colleagues. And the next session we'll have some of the research technology organisations in the room, so they would be a good point to touch base with.
I think I have a very similar question. I think Tom also addressed it, because how do you address that funding gap between being post-seed and pre-revenue?
By getting creative, post-seed, pre-revenue. Well, I once watched an interesting thing with Paul Smith. He was like, well, I did jeans to start off with, and then I thought, well, I've got to do jackets, and then when jeans were down, I had jackets, and the premise being that you've kind of got to have a few things. We took a fairly bold decision, which was to launch a product before our core product, like the board, was ready. And we did that because, in part, it would generate some revenue, and that's now generating, just under £1 million worth of revenue this year. I'd imagine we're on track to do that. So, and that gets our brand in the market and that sort of thing. That might not be that might not be in the suite of tools that you can use. If it's not, I think the last point I made on that slide, which is just honesty with your funders. Which says, we are pre-revenue, we are post-seed. It's kind of what we're raising around right now. But what I have absolute clarity on is the pathway forward, and what I need to do next, and what I'm going to do with this bit of money, and what that's going to get us, and the traction that we've got, and what that's going to unlock. So your job as the CEO or as the leader is really to try and bring that clarity for your team and align them to it, but also to your funding community. And that is, I'm sure there's investors in the room, and I know some of our investors are here today. I think that clarity and transparency is super helpful in that conversation. Hopefully that's helpful.
Can I clarify what you mean by pre-revenue? Do you mean profit or do you mean just revenue?
£1 million number is like 42, 50 numbers or various VCs or investors. Yeah, we want to see something coming in the door.
So yeah, so for us, what we did, I think I'm sort of echoing, is that what we did is we created a product. So, and that's really was the pivotal change in my belief for Holly Firm. Originally, it was going to be we're going to license the technology. But then when I came in, I was like, but how are we different from every other great startup and every great person that comes out with a knowledge? There's no proof that you are the ones that can, because everyone believes that they can deliver it, and we should do, and you should believe that you're delivering it, but you have to evidence it. So we just straight away created a product. And so within 30 days of me joining, I created in our world, in our industry, a certificate of analysis, a technical data sheet, and then we started to sell samples. And that really helped, and I think that's a bit novel because people don't sell samples normally, but we were transparent and said, we're a startup, we're a scale-up, we need your support, how can you help us? And we got some good money coming in from selling samples. I was selling like 100-gram samples for like nearly £3,000 a sample. And when you talk to people, they were going, no, that's impossible, you can't do that. It's like, yeah, but no, you're supporting a scale-up. That's it, sell the story. It's like, you buying this sample is actually going to help. That then helped us go to our investors, and our investors were saying, well, if people are willing to pay £3,000 for a small sample, well, they must have some legs in it in some variety, and then it's for us to deliver it. So that's what we did, and that's sort of what's projected us. Like long-term, Holly Firm, we want to be multi-platform, technology platforms, move into terpenes, move into flavours, fragrances, but we can't get there without proof that we are the ones that can deliver something tangible.
The other nomenclature around that is paid trials. So getting paid trials, if you've got small samples, that phrase paid trials is very useful to demonstrate this commercial traction. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we did completely the opposite. We did offtakes, so we never charged for trials, gave material away, but we were able to get multi-year long-term contracts. So for us, it was how do we create long-term partnerships? We don't want to sell you 10 tons of material. I want to sell you 100,000 tons. So if you need the first 10 tons for free, fine. But then that's how we created these longer-term partnerships for offtakes for the factory.
Yeah. Okay, got a question.
Hi. My question's for the panel. I just want to clarify this TRL level 7 pilot scale, because in my world, that's way beyond pilot scale. And really, is there a gap in the market here in terms of that pilot scale? And I'm talking about beyond the lab. I'm talking about the scale up from lab facilities to an actual pilot scale, pre-pilot scale facility. Now, the other question that I have is really, is there a different role here for the universities in working with companies, spin-outs, large companies, in terms of pilot scale facilities? And, because that answers that question about, where do you get your grants from? If we can have a facility, a pilot scale facility, like the catapults, where companies can actually invest in the business rather than capital equipment, that's going to help this situation a lot. So my question is, first of all, pre-pilot scale, are we missing a trick? And secondly, do universities need to change in terms of how they work with spin-outs in the industry?
Okay. Who wants to come in on that one?
I might just, because I think, what we did was slightly different to the guys here. So the funding round that we were funded from was a demo scale funding round. So it was specifically not for startups, not for demonstration of pilot processes. It was about demonstrating that we can do this thing at scale. Lots of people had kind of demonstrated that there was a possibility to deliver a kind of solution to this particular problem of food packaging. I think that the accessing that money as a large organisation, £1 billion, we're shortly going to be about $50 billion business across the globe. You still have to fight for that capital, and you still have to, and it's a big deal to get 30 million quid to build a plant, and it made a big difference that we could get a chunk of cash to help do that. So it unlocked that capital investment because that capital investment is still competitive. It doesn't matter if you're going to a PE or a capex committee. You're still competing with something else. So I'm still competing with the guys in India and Brazil and the US in terms of the capex allocation. But I would also echo the thing that you know, these things are, especially when you jump into the large scale, the money goes really quick. Because you can't operate, you know, we've got 100, it takes us 100, it's 100 people to man our factory. We've got 80,000 square meter facility that's using megawatts of power to operate. And we went from day 99 to day 100, when day 99 we were building and day 100 we were operational. All of those costs are suddenly there, and suddenly you've gone from not having any output to having some output, and then you've got to build a customer base, and you know this thing about sampling is that I get absolutely. We made 1 ton of material, 1 ton of plastic. It cost £22,000 to make it, because we had to do all the steps that we were going to do in one site all across Europe. I had to go to Austria and Germany and Italy and ship this stuff everywhere. And so, yeah, and it does burn money. And so it's really important that the funding helps with that pain, because that's what unlocks the business case. Even if you've got the funding to support it, getting that unlocked is really important. And so I think it's really important to be able to provide that at that level as well as at the earlier stages.
The only thing I'd say we did, though, it was a little bit, again, we changed the terminology. So for us, our pilot was technically our demonstrator plant, which was a commercial plant. So everything we made out of that plant, we sold. And that was an internal thought decision. But what we did do, and that's a really good point, we didn't put the true cost of the value of the goods on it. So, because the true cost would have been, our surfactant would have been about £25,000 for things, because of all the overheads that were going in. This is where the grant money and everything helps us do that, and it's our future forecasting, and we say on volume what it comes down to, and then that's what we have to prove every day. So now we're down there at the right point, and we've proven that, but we've always triggered it as every time we've built something, we've got to be able to sell it, but then that forward techno-economics. So actually a pilot plant, small hubs would be pretty cool. The reason we didn't do it is because our pilot plant cost me £450,000 to build and run and staff, but I went to other research organisations. One run was going to cost me £70,000. So I went £70,000, that's 5 runs versus I'd scope this at £450 to have a facility that I could literally touch, feel, bring investors around and kick, and that's what...
Key point you just said is that instead of spending £450,000, you can access facilities, at a reasonable price, do we effectively cost-effective things and show
So there's a point here which is a distinction between TRL and MRL, right? And I think those two things get really well confused. And I think as people, we need to be really clear that there's two different things: manufacturing readiness level versus technology readiness level. Second thing is like universities have a role to play in all of it. It's just being really clear about what value they add at the different points. And the requirements change as you go up through the TRLs and the MRLs. And I think, much to Liz's point, partnerships is key, and building those really good partnerships that each party brings the value is really good. I know we're short on time.
No, yeah. So I'm afraid we've run out of time. It was a very, very interesting session. Hopefully you can pick up your question afterwards. But I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the speakers and thank our audience for all your questions. There was so much more we could have got into. I know that the panel were keen to get into regulations as well. But maybe we can do that over a coffee sometime. Yeah, that could have gone on, could have got heated. But anyway, just take this opportunity to thank the speakers and the audience, and we'll move on to the next section. Thank you.
It's hard to see a type of girl like me. The stars truly, they want me to succeed. They doubt, they sleep, they keep on telling me I'm going nowhere. Baby, wait till you see money everywhere. When I'm on tour, I let you know. And what's in store, I let you know. And when I'm on, they let you know. They'll sing my songs and they gon' dance along. I'll take my chances on the road. 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 Don't let them slow you. You know you're getting close. You're bound to be golden. Keep on doing what you do. Life opens doors and can nobody close them. Learn from every moment. Baby, you can push through. When you're on tour, you let them know. And what's in store, you let them know. And when you're on, they let you know. They'll sing your songs and they gon' dance along. I'll take my chances on the road. I'll take my chances on the road. I'll take my chances on the road. I'll take my chances on the road.
Hello. Can someone help with the doors, please? Good morning, everyone. Hope you're sitting comfortably. This is the session for looking at new facilities and capabilities for scaling innovation. So I hope you're in the right room. If not, still sit, because we've got some wonderful things to tell you. Developing new products and processes and technologies for materials and manufacturing requires equipment, requires the facilities, experts to really scale up for the market. I'm sure you will agree. And what we have a panel of speakers who will present to you the facilities and expertise they have in their areas, and would encourage you to get in touch with them. So hopefully after each presentation you know how to get in touch with the respective facilities. We will leave questions to the end, so please make a note of your questions after each of the speakers and ask afterwards in a Q&A session. So I will introduce you. Each speaker will introduce themselves as they present their facilities to you. So Sarah, if you can start us off.
Lovely. Hello, everyone. Some familiar faces across the room, some new faces, so lovely to meet you. My name's Dr. Sarah Harold, was Connolly for everyone who knew me before last August, and I'm presenting today from Glass Futures. So at Glass Futures, we are a new RTO, Research and Technology Organisation, up in St Helens. And there I am Head of Strategy and Government Engagement. So we were established really to be a collaborative centre for innovation. So it's really great to be here as part of this panel thinking about the new infrastructure for scaling innovation. So at Glass Futures, our vision is that a sustainable future will be enabled by glass. More and more, the work that we are doing is across foundation industries, but I think that vision is the same. To achieve a sustainable future, we need to produce sustainable materials at scale. So we do that by supporting organisations on their sustainability journey, demonstrating disruptive technologies, but really importantly, doing it at a scale that's meaningful for industry. We also generate new impactful ideas, and really importantly, we need them to be felt all the way through the supply chain and to the end consumer. So how we do that? We know that there's really great ideas coming out of academia into how we can build the sustainable materials of the future. But we often see that the ideas and the concepts struggle to scale beyond that lab bench. We also see end users that we interact with on a daily basis who need these technologies, but they need them faster, they need them to be more efficient, and they need to see them on their own sites. So we sit in the middle, as I'm sure a number of the panelists will say today, where we work with industry and supply chains, and we provide a platform for them to come together and share the costs and resources needed to speed up the rate of development. We do that through our research staff, our professional engineers on site, our core team of operational staff, most of which have come from industry themselves, and a team of expert project managers allowing us to deliver these projects. So what that means is that under this session, we are bridging the technology readiness level gap. So we sit really TRL 3 to 7, and for anyone that's not familiar with the technology readiness level scales, that means that we provide commercial awareness down into the academic blue sky research, but we also provide a platform for reducing the risk appetite needed to scale some of these technologies. So our setup is designed to build the confidence in technology technologies of the future for manufacturers to then adopt at scale. And our programs work all the way through those higher technology readiness levels, working with our partners to deploy that technology and best practice. So, to give you an idea of scale, our brand new facility up in St Helens, between Liverpool and Manchester, is a unique partnership. It was funded as a collaboration between BEIS at the time through Innovate UK and the Transforming Foundation Industries Challenge and the Liverpool City Region Combined Authority. So in partnership with St Helens Council, there was a brownfield site, an ex-glass manufacturing site that was regenerated into what now stands as our Centre of Excellence. We are a membership operation and organisation at the heart, and we have more than 50 members already working with us day to day, from glass manufacturers, supply chains, technology providers, but also into the end users of glass and brands. So if you come and visit us on stand 41 later, we've got a number of products that have already been produced in the industrial trials that we've been running with our brands. At our heart, our pilot scale furnace produces 30 tonnes per day of glass, so a really significant manufacturing operation. And we are the furnace of the future. We are an oxy-fuel base, so that allows us to be completely replicatable within industry, but we have a configuration that allows us to dynamically flex between natural gas firing, electrification, hydrogen, biofuels, and blends of the above. So our members can come and see exactly what operating windows look like and how they understand that translation into their sites. Uniquely, we've also built in best practice from the start. So we have a waste heat recovery system that sits around our furnace and a carbon capture platform that allows us to demonstrate the offtake of our exhaust gases through carbon capture technology. So these provide unique opportunities to come and co-locate with us to demonstrate how your technology integrates into furnaces of the future for across the foundation industries. One such example that's already hosted within our innovation park is Ceramics UK, the Ceramics UK trade body, who have convened a consortium across the ceramics industry who create products like bricks, sanitary ware, tableware, and all sorts of other technology providers. And they have co-located their hydrogen kiln on our site to tap into our fuels ecosystem, but also into our carbon capture ecosystem, and demonstrate what that co-location potential is, but also furnaces of the future for different industries. And this is really the direction that we're heading in demonstrating more and more cross-foundation industries operations. So in terms of Glass Futures, we have a number of key themes that we operate in. That includes the demonstration of low carbon fuels, as I've mentioned, and that wraparound ecosystem with waste heat recovery and carbon capture. But it also looks at the material feedstocks, so how we can simulate and formulate a circular economy, industrial symbiosis. Our plant has the ability to recirculate all of the glass feedstock and run at 100% recycled cullet, but also use materials that come from other industries that are currently seen as waste streams or byproducts, and see if we could displace some of the raw materials within the glass processing industry. We're also working with brands and partners to think about the products of the future. So especially with regards to the shaped glass, the bottled glass, how can we make sure that these bottles are lightweight, designed for reuse or refill, and different ways of working. Finally, we have Siemens as one of our primary partners, so we've built in digital best practice from the start. That includes Industry 4.0, building a digital twin. We have a state-of-the-art control system whereby our operators have 24 screens with all of the data that they need, and our members have 4 screens, so they can really extract everything that they're used to seeing and how it translates. Finally, as this session is about scaling innovation, I wanted to mention a program that's very close to my heart, Foundation Industries Ventures. So across the Foundation Industry Sustainability Consortium with CPI, MPI, Lucidian and the Royce Institute, we are creating an innovation ecosystem to support the scale-up of startups working in hard tech and climate tech to, as I've described with Glass Futures, co-locate on site and demonstrate their technologies at scale for industry partners to come and understand how they can get involved. This starts at a much earlier stage than piloting, but we work with them to scale their business concepts alongside their technology readiness level to give them startups that are ready for investment and ready to scale. So if anyone in the room would like to discuss either sides of what I've just discussed, please come find me at stand 41, or I welcome questions in a moment. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. John? Thank you, Robert. Good morning. My name's John Blackburn. There we go, there's a nice picture of me. So I'm the Deputy Chief Technology Officer of the High Value Manufacturing Catapult. I've been in post for just under a year, so I brought a few notes just to keep me on message. But it's really been a privilege to be in the position, to get to feel of the breadth and the scale of activity that goes across HVM Catapult. So I'd just like to give you a short overview of what we do and then pick up a couple of recent investments that we've made in two of our centres to help scale in innovation in two very different areas. Two of my colleagues are also presenting today, so our Chief Executive Catherine is giving a keynote shortly, and my colleague Abhishek Ramesh will also talk about technology road mapping. So there's two other presentations if you want to understand a little bit more about the HVM Catapult. So what are we? So we've been around for about 14 years, so we're not necessarily particularly new, and indeed some of our centres predate the HVM Catapult by a number of years as well. But we are effectively a network of research and technology organisations, and we're part of the Innovate UK Catapult network. We employ approximately about 3,500 people across our network, and they are all across the UK, so as far north as Glasgow and as far west now as Baglan in South Wales. You can see really that the scale of activity that we get involved in. So over the past 14 years, we've engaged on nearly 20,000 CR&D projects. We've worked with nearly 40,000 companies, and a real focus of our activity is helping to engage SMEs and scale SMEs as well. So we've engaged over 21,000 SMEs in the UK, but we very much recognise that is only the beginning of the journey. So you'll hear a lot about the Catapult network. Just to give you a kind of feel of where we sit in the ecosystem, so there are 9 catapults in the UK. HVM Catapult is the largest of the catapults, and we focus on high-value manufacturing. Worth noting that some of the other catapults also focus on manufacturing as well. So Compound Semiconductor Catapult, for example, focuses on manufacturing of semiconductors. And ultimately, we receive funding from UKRI via Innovate UK. So our funding comes on a 5-year deal, and what we have to do is we work on approximately the thirds model. So we get 1/3 core grant from Innovate UK, and then we have to match that off against 1/3 competitively run collaborative R&D projects, and then another third of industrial income as well. And across our 3,500 people, we turn over roughly about £500 million of R&D every year. This gives you a sense of the scale of the activity, and I'll call out some of our centres now as well. So we've got 6 centres in the network. We've got the National Composites Centre down near Bristol. We've got Warwick Manufacturing Group located out of Warwick University. The Manufacturing Technology Centre in Coventry. AMRC and Nuclear AMRC, co-located on the Advanced Manufacturing Park in Rotherham near the University of Sheffield. CPI up in the northeast of England, and then the National Manufacturing Institute of Scotland as well, located in Glasgow. Worth noting that okay, these are the headquarter sites, but across the UK we have around about 25 locations. And I'd just like to focus on one particular new location on this slide, which is in the top left. So this is hot off the press. Last week we opened our Bagland site. So we've been working with the Welsh Government for a little bit of time, effectively to understand how we can better support manufacturers in that region to improve their productivity, improve their sustainability and their efficiency. I'm very proud that we opened the facility last week, which really is a kind of opening for people to get involved with AMRC Cymru, but also the wider HVM Catapult network. The initial focus there is looking at the 100 or so SMEs in the area to help them transition, but also then looking to support the broader kind of heavy industry there to take advantage of the Celtic Sea opportunity and understand how they can open up new opportunities in the offshore wind turbine market. Technology really is our foundation, so 3,500 people. I said before, I've been enrolled just over a year. I find it very difficult to convey the kind of breadth and depth of technology knowledge that we have across the network. Typically what we do is we look at these 11 technologies and they're cross-cutting across our network. So we go from one extreme, looking at biomanufacturing, which might be looking at production of vaccines and therapeutics, to the other extreme, looking at technologies for manufacturing nuclear power plants. So joining technologies, subtractive technologies, near-net shape technologies such as forging, forming and casting as well. And then we have a number of cross-cutting technologies that apply to the vast majority of our manufacturing activities, such as automation, digital manufacturing, for example. So two now examples just to try and bring this home a little bit. So Compass, Composites at Speed and Scale, is a new facility that's being spun up in AMRC. It's really there to demonstrate high-rate manufacture of structural composites. So it's a large investment that's been made by HVM Catapult and a number of partners, AMRC, the local region, Aerospace Technology Institute, and a number of industrial players as well. So Boeing will be the first customer from this. It's looking at dry handling of fibers to create the preforms and then infusing those fibers in a fully digitized process. So aerospace, looking at scale up and meeting the rate demands for future wing manufacture for single aisle, but then also it will have applications in the wind sector and the defense sector as well. And then one final example, the Medicines Manufacturing Innovation Centre. So this is a similar sized investment, around about £80 million. Again, using a variety of different funding sources. Key partners initially from industry to begin with were AstraZeneca and GSK, but there are now 24 partners engaged in this activity, looking at 4 grand challenges. So how to transform the manufacture of solid dose medicine, looking at rapid response and how we go to continuous microbatch manufacturing, looking at transforming clinical trial supply chains, producing oligonucleotides in a sustainable way, and then there's a digital theme here as well. So how do we bring Industry 4 to the pharma world? Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Catherine.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catherine Hickey. I'm the Chief Executive of the AMRIC Centre, which is an innovation to commercialisation centre specifically for ceramics and advanced ceramics. What I'd like to do is just talk you through some of the capability that we have and how we're engaging with the marketplace. As you can see here, we have a 30,000 square foot facility, which is situated in North Staffordshire between junction 14 and 15 of the M6. We are very much an open access centre, and we are there really to serve the industry who are specifically interested in working with ceramics as part of their manufacturing process. We are quite unique in the fact that we have been developed through a public-private partnership, investment through a Strength in Places bid from UKRI, as well as FISC funding as well, supported then by private investment from Lucidian, and also our members through the Midlands Industrial Ceramic Group. So what do? We specifically help organisations in taking their innovation through to commercialisation, through the early steps, particularly around prototyping, development trials, both for product and process. And we have a whole series of equipment that is not available or accessible elsewhere, not only within the UK, but also Europe, in terms of the extremes of capability that they can operate at. And as a result of that, is effectively normally for smaller companies and even large companies, financially inaccessible. So it's about providing that accessibility and capability to take innovation to marketplace. What I'd like to do now is just talk you through some of the equipment that we have and how you can engage with it. We have really invested in terms of Industry 4.0 for the sector, and as a result of that, data science and also computational modelling underpin a lot of our activity. When you're talking about ceramics, there's effectively a process, and one of the key parts of that process is about materials preparation. So we have, and we've put together very much an adaptable pilot line. So we have a whole series of kit at different stages that can be configured to really meet the client's needs. So here, for example, it gives you some of the areas and the equipment that we have to do with materials preparation. For example, in terms of spray dryers, milling suites, etc. And that is really then supported by complete powder characterization capability. If we then move on, this is where our centre is really unique in terms of the capability that we have, not only for the forming, the drying, and the sintering. We do that both in terms of high temperature, low temperature, under various types of inert atmospheres, and also the size and capability that we have is not available elsewhere. So that is why it's quite unique. And this type of equipment is very expensive and normally inaccessible for small companies and medium-sized companies to be able to use. And it is now available on an open access basis for not only companies in the UK, but also wider throughout Europe. When I talk about an adaptable pilot line, we have that capability, and what we can do then is really configure it to actually meet a given client's needs. So here, for example, in terms of the area of additive manufacturing, it shows you that along that pilot line, the types of equipment that we have to meet that capability. And we can switch in and switch out according to what the given problem is that we're trying to work with the client on. Here again, then, we have one of the key areas for the future is very much around ceramic matrix composites. And here you can see then our pilot line capability by putting together all the different pieces of kit that we have in each of the areas to be able to produce ceramic matrix composites. Besides equipment capability, skills capability and people capability is very important to us. And that is why at the end of this first quarter, we are then setting up the AMRIC Academy. And this is very much about providing information, skills and training, not only to do with ceramics, which often people don't understand when they're interested in engaging with it, but also about materials development and people development for the sector moving forward. So this will be able to provide facilities and training, both online and face-to-face, for all the areas with our partners that are needed really for that sector in terms of ceramics and advanced ceramics. So it's about the materials, it's about data science, it's then also about training people from professional skills and leadership skills for a technical environment. We have, as part of the centre since we set up, really engaged with training the material scientists for the future. And here you can see some of our apprentices who have been working and who are currently working with us. And this is very much an important part of what we do in terms of developing that pipeline for the future. So how to access the AMRIC Centre? Very much, it is an open access centre. It is basically a pay-as-you-go. We can also work with clients who are specifically interested in doing collaboration and gaining funding as well. We're happy to collaborate and through that then gain access to the centre for what effectively individual companies' needs are. And just lastly, I'd then like to talk through quickly 3 case studies. These have happened in the last year. So on this side, as part of the Strength in Places Fund, we've been doing some activity on development of CMC parts in terms of the sintering of those and using sort of AI machine learning capability to assist that. We also have a hydrogen firing kiln, which we've been doing 100% hydrogen firing, and this shows some work that we did, for example, with a collaborator, Mantech, about water filters. And then lastly, on the far side, then we have been putting together a specific additive manufacturing pilot line capability for the development of ceramic filters as well. And happy to talk about that if people are interested in the future. Okay. Sorry, that was my email address if people want to engage with me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Sri.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Robert. So it's good to be the last speaker. Sometimes we don't need to repeat many things that the previous speakers said. My name is Sridhar Sharma. I'm the lead process engineer from UK Battery Industrialization Centre, UK BIC. So today I'm here to discuss about the scale-up challenges of battery manufacturing, lithium-ion batteries. So many of you might have electric cars, I hope so. And basically, we know the UK target for net zero. It's an ambitious target. We meant to be the leaders of the world in this area. And UK government and UK RI has spent significant amount of money to meet these targets. And transport area is the key area here. And here we are talking about electrification of cars through batteries. And in that ecosystem in UK, currently the way we are set up is that from research to the industrialization area, UKRI through the Faraday Battery Challenge, which was set up 5 years back, through Faraday Institution, which funds most of the fundamental activities in university. Then you can see UK BIC on the right-hand side. So we collaborate through Collaborate R&D research programs, different programs. We actually facilitate the industrialization of battery scale-up in UK. And in this process also, our investments from the UK government has been significant, which you can see like around 8 years, we have been spent around £610 million. So that means that for revenue generation, we are also collaborating with European partners. So we are working currently with many of the key OEMs across the globe to develop their batteries for electric vehicles. But we are not limited to only electric vehicles. We are working across other sectors, energy storage for household applications, for example, and marine applications, and Advanced Propulsion Center, which is already, John might have touched on that already. So this is the current ecosystem of battery development in UK. So UK BIC itself, if you are not aware about it, we have 2 lines, 2 electrode lines. One is an anode line and a cathode line dedicated for each of the products. Then you have a cell assembly, which we can make pouch and cylindrical cells, 21700. Formation and testing facility, module and pack. Each of these units, as a customer, if you are interested, you can enter into any of the parts of this operation. So if you are only interested in electrode part, we can start from there and we can finish there. So that flexibility is available. And then as a manufacturing facility, we are based in Coventry, near to the Coventry Airport. And it's an open access facility. So if you are interested at the end of this talk, you can come and talk to me. We can discuss the details about it. And in terms of a major investment, what we are seeing is that when you might be reading these days in newspaper, there is multiple European gigafactories which are going through struggle in terms of investment and de-risking the investment. One of the challenges that we find is that many of these lab solutions, when it reaches to the upscaling and maturity level, they are struggling in terms of manufacturing readiness level. So this is the purpose of UK BIC, basically to de-risk an investment into the battery sector by allowing the customer to or potential customer to work with us to upscale their technology, give them the confidence that these cells can be made in the scale that they are interested in. Hundreds of thousands of cells can be produced in our facility. And we are around 2 gigawatt hour capacity in electrode line, for example. So that's where we add value. And now, if you look at it in a different level, if you think about one of the unit operations, which is mixing, a typical university lab will be doing mixing in the gram scale or kilogram scale, mostly in the gram scale, and they will be making coin cells. But when you come to UK BIC, we'll be doing it in a 250 liter mix, for example. So that jump from 1 liter to 250 liter is significant in terms of manufacturing readiness level. There's a lot of new learnings which you learn in that process. It is actually significant learning, and many times that gives the customer and the investor a confidence that this technology is the promising technology. We are talking about lithium-ion batteries, the same about solid-state batteries, any kind of batteries, and we are in all these sectors. And when it comes to finally to the gigafactory, we'll be talking about thousands of liters. So that is the jump that customer needs to understand. And we work with them. So in this process, recently we got again a 74 million pounds investment from UKRI, thanks to all the constant support from UKRI and all the funding agencies in UK who have been very actively supporting us in the battery development. And that means that we can develop a flexible pilot line at the moment in our facility, which is already almost ready to be commissioned in May. That will allow you to actually not use that 250 liter mix, for example. It can be scaled down to, say, like 50 liter mix, which allows the SME or a lower investment at this stage, somebody who needs to prove their technology, still use the UK BIC facility to actually upscale their technology. So we are catering for all sort of different customers at the moment, not only the big players, but the medium scale developing promising technologies, there are 3 or 4 of them at the moment in UK. We are supporting all of them in their development cycle. And in that process, we have also developed a new lab facility, which is looking into deep characterization facility to look at what is happening in terms of performance of those batteries. So I would suggest that, or if you have time, please visit us because we can show you all these facilities. I mean, we can see, don't have the time to go to all the unit operations, but this is a typical battery line. So we start from mixing, coating, drying, calendering, slitting, then it goes to cell assembly, and then formation and testing. So it's a complex gigafactory kind of facility. So it exactly replicates all the machineries and equipments that you will see in a typical gigafactory. But this is a unique facility in UK, and I guess everybody should be interested, whoever is in this field, to use this facility. So this is the way we look at the scale-up, because this is about scale-up. The way we look at the scale-up is that if you are interested, you should start with an electrode design. And in there, we are talking about few coin cells. Then we go to thousands of cells and 10,000, 100,000 cells. Each of these steps, we can help you in terms of development and in terms of our knowledge working with multiple partners. And you own your own IP. We don't have any say in your IP. So that means you can still carry on with your development, and we are only helping you in facilitating that. So a 16 typically takes 36 months from design stage to commission the gigafactory. And that investment risk you can reduce by working with a partner like UK BIC. So that's where it is, and I will share the email ID, the normal email IDs, and if you have any specific questions, you can ask me later as well. Thank you.
Right. I hope you have a better understanding of the facilities available to you to take your development to a new level. So it's time for you to ask questions. Any questions? Right. Wait for the mic.
I should be very loud. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for fascinating talk. So you are all, 4 of you are just leaders in your field in front of your industry. So because of that, so of course in your talk you don't speak much about the challenges, about the problems you face, and about the things that really irritate you. So there are definitely some of the stuff there that you don't like, but you don't talk it because you want to be positive and encouraging. So my question is the following. So I am a researcher. I'm from academia. So in the UK we have a lot of very good universities, and we have thousands of the best academics here. So in terms of knowledge, we have no problem. Knowledge, we are in the we are leading the world. We are in the forefront of the world. But when it comes to the end user products, so and all of these cutting edge technologies like AI, like quantum technology, digital technology, so we are far behind US or even China or some other players in the world. So what is the problem? So you are there. So you know that. You know better than us. So what is the problem? Why we cannot take this knowledge and expertise from university and just become a leader and use it to become a leader, for example, in AI. In AI, we are far behind, even China. In digital technologies, I don't know, quantum, just we have a lot of very good researchers in quantum, but we are not leading anything in quantum technologies in the UK. What is the problem?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. Who wants to start?
Well, really difficult question. I guess I'll point to a few things. I think quite often in the UK, the challenge is not really technology. As you've quite rightly stated, we've got world-leading science base in UK academia, and there's a great RTO in infrastructure to kind of bring that into our ecosystem and help scale it. I think there are challenges that are quite sector-specific. There's a lot around skills in the UK at the moment. There's a real shortage of skills to support, particularly in AI and quantum and other advanced areas. Regulation is a challenge as well. You know, the regulation is often seen as quite slow and it needs to be sped up a little bit. I think access to finance. UK companies struggle to get access to the finance to make the investments they need in the technologies and also the skills, so we need to address that as well. And supply chain connectivity as well. I think quite often knowing who to go to support the manufacture of your products is quite challenging.
Thank you, John. Sarah.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, I agree. I think there's a big convening role to play. It's not only skills, but it's how we communicate the opportunities, how we help industry write their business cases, be that first of a kind demonstration. You know, there is a lot of confidence to build, and how do we build that confidence and come together to deploy? There are capital challenges, there are public-private partnerships that need to come in, there are missions, you know, how do we use that mission-led government to really see success? And there's been some good signals, but we need action. So I think RTOs can be those conveners, and we really need to bring both sides together to say, this is the opportunity, this is the value, this is what we need to do, and this is a pathway through, so then we can show those technologies in action.
Yeah. I can just add in terms of some of the work that we've been doing to try to help that. So one is in terms of our Midlands Industrial Ceramic Group, which is actually a group that goes along the supply chain, and that has really identified that to do innovation in the sector is not just at universities, it's not just at the end user, you have to have the understanding along the supply chain. So by helping that be appreciated, I think we've made some achievements. I think the other area then is in terms of some of the activity we've been involved in. So recently we've been doing some censoring and collecting of data on actual manufacturing sites to give examples of where that can add to businesses and helpful to that. But through that process, we've identified problems. So it's starting to, we want to take it out there, and the companies themselves want to be engaged, but inevitably there is a pathway to move along to get it to work, and then from that to get the values to show as part of case studies. But we are trying.
Yeah, lastly, to say from battery side, what we see is that there is a lot of negativity around the things which when it doesn't work. But actually, recently in the last 6 months, there's 2 UK companies, I cannot name them, who work with us, and there's in public domain, one in solid-state batteries and one in fast-charging batteries. Both of them in their niche field is world leaders at the moment. So we sometimes oversee a lot of negativities which goes around on when things doesn't work. Of course, these are unique solutions. So out of the 10, if 2 are successful, I still would say that we are not far behind.
Hi, Henrik. I'm the co-founder of a spin-out from a university from 10 years ago. So I thought there was some really good content in your presentations. I just wanted to ask, could you talk a bit more about the case studies that you mentioned, Catherine, and especially the AI-enabled manufacturing one? Like, what was the process you went through, the stages?
Okay, that actually involves one of the unique kilns that we've purchased, which is effectively a very large size inside, and then it's about, that's been sensored up and also has vision ports. So we are collecting temperature data to do thermal modeling, as well as then monitoring the sintering process using effectively vision-enhanced cameras so that we can actually see at high temperatures, and then that then enables us to monitor not only the temperature in the kiln at different locations, but also through that then identify the best place, best positions, kiln furniture for that type of product.
Thanks. So the previous session was about, there were some successful startups, and they were summarizing that they had enormous difficulty getting the capital required to move from pre-revenue to post-revenue. And this is close to Sarah's heart, I know, with her 5 hat on. And I think in order to drive growth in the UK economy, which is a critical part of the government's industrial strategy, we need to get more startups, and we need to get more startups into post-revenue. So my question really is about the allocation of capital. I'd like this directed at HVM Capital. And with the current spending review coming up, I'd like to ask, what's your ask going forward under the spending review? And also related to that, what's the split of that ask between actually allocating it for research and the percentage that you'll spend on administering the HVM?
Yeah, a great question. Perhaps we can pick up some of the details offline in the coffee break. But we've obviously got the spending review coming up, but we've also got the industrial strategy that needs to be defined as well. So the green paper came out last year. They went to consultation, and they're now looking to release the industrial strategy, as I understand it, in late spring, maybe early summer this year. Obviously, that links into the spending review. So, from a HVM Catapult perspective, we've got a great technology platforms that we're there ready to support, but we need to understand the detail of that in industrial strategy to then understand how best to engage. So, the ask of the spending review, well, maybe I can talk you through it offline, because there are a number of discussions there.
We've got time for another question. Yeah. The mic is gone.
Hello. Oh, so it kind of follows on from an earlier question around AI, actually. So there's obviously great capability across the UK. How do we join up these different facilities to take advantage of these cross-cutting emerging areas that prevent us duplicating capability or setting up an entirely new centre to deal with some of these cross-cutting pieces?
So I guess as a starting point with 2 centres across FISC, the Foundation Industry Sustainability Consortium, a lot of the cross-cutting themes are working out how we work across those centres. Data especially is a challenge because of the nature of the partners that we work with and different consortium, different agreements in place. But we want to bring best practice in about how we create national open access data, especially around process modelling, So Glass Futures works as a membership-based organisation, but we do build fundamental learning from our trials into how to best operate high-temperature facilities. And it would be great to join the dots between our thermodynamics and our best practice modelling and those that are going on in ceramic kilns, because there are so many synergies and opportunities to learn. So it's an ongoing discussion as part of FISC, but definitely one that we're having.
Perhaps just to add to that, as part of the process optimization and digital, so we've joined it in terms of theme group in FISC. We're actually looking at the area of federated learning, which enables us to take data from different organizations and then start to develop models through that. And that process has started. It's going to be enhanced further in this next year. But for example, we are sharing some data with CPI, one of the other organizations, and then we start to build a model using different input data from different areas. So that's starting to bring us together to enhance something that is better than if it was just with one organization.
Just from our point of view, WMG was the starting point of all the battery research that I mentioned. So we still have historical links with WMG in that sense, and universities across UK, regardless of which university, there is a lot of strong relationships. So when you start a coin cell development, when you are actually involving us in the next stage of development, all that data is available for access to the partners, and there is an open access facility, and all the sensor technologies, all the AI companies at the moment who are active, as one way or the other, is collaborating with us in various projects as well. So yeah, that's the way forward.
Thank you. Right. Please join me in thanking our speaker. And thank you for being part of these initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I certainly did. Although I'd filled my plate up so much that I then got to the warm bit. I was like, I didn't even know there was a warm bit. So I just had the cold mezze, which is lovely. But yeah, mistake made there, lesson learnt. My name's Ben Chesterton. I'm going to be speaking about driving the electric revolution. And my colleague, Paul, is going to be talking about smart, sustainable plastic packaging after me. And then after both of us spoken, we'll take some questions from the floor. I should have a slide. There we go. Look at that. So you may notice this is very similar to the poster that's out there. So if you want to know any more details about this, do go out and thank you very much, John. Have a little look at the poster. But driving the electric revolution, I was going to basically tell you the story of where it started, what we did, and then where we are now. So we are sort of best part of 5 years into driving the electric revolution. So I think it's a really, really good example of how government intervention can work incredibly well. A really good example of government intervention. I'll point you to that top right number there. So for every £1 invested, which was about £100 million, so every £1 invested by government, about £16 ultimately, one way or another, found its way back to the economy. So the catalysed funding ratio is a term for that. But it just goes to show how effective this was as a programme. But the reason why it's effective isn't because, well, partly because we did a great job at Innovate UK, obviously, but partly because the industry was really ready for it and able to use that funding. And that is a really important part of what makes a successful intervention. Having the companies there, the institutions there, everyone ready to then take advantage of it. So how did driving electric revolution happen? So step one, this is part of the previous industrial strategy and the challenge funds associated with that. We spoke to the power electronics, motors and drives community and said, what is it you need? How is it that we can, as government, support you? And the response was clear, and I'll talk you through the response. And the response was clear, and it was somewhere in the region of 80 million to maybe 200, 250, 300 million pounds worth of investment from government would catalyse a growth in the power electronics, motors and drives community in the UK. What we then did, we spent a lot of time trying to understand what does that actually really mean? Which companies, which organisations are going to be able to utilise the investment we make? So we spoke to, myself, Martin Charrington is actually next door in the Climate, Matt Boyle, a few other colleagues. We spent the amount of points we got in the hotels was ridiculous. So much time around the country, travelling around, going to manufacturing sites, talking to organisations, companies, to find out exactly what they meant when they said, if we are given opportunity to bid into CR&D competitions, etc., then we will we will pledge this much co-investment or whatever it was. To find out what that really meant. So we must have spent a year going to hundreds of different shop floors, companies, to understand what they really needed and what they would really co-invest and support with. That came out with the programme. Now, the programme, broadly speaking, is split into three arms, three bits to it. So the first bit is collaborative research and development funding, so CR&D, traditional Innovate UK CR&D. The second one was infrastructure, so what ended up being called the Industrialisation Centre, so Driving the Electric Revolution Industrialisation Centre. They've got a stand just out there. And the third bit was skills, and that ended up being called today as the Electric Revolution Skills Hub, and we've got Deepak here from there. And there's a whole session about this after this session about that. Now, the reason why we did that and the way they interact with each other. So if you are manufacturing, say, a motor somewhere, you either are manufacturing it or you're considering it or you're looking at a supply chain for how I'm going to manufacture that better, you need to do a project to understand, say, you currently manufacture 50 of them, but you need to be manufacturing 200 of them a year to meet a customer demand. How is it you're going to get rid of those bottlenecks? How is it you're going to deal with the manufacturing issues you have? So collaborative research and development is fundamental to that, because then if you're doing collaborative research and development, you can work with your supply chain to work out how you're going to manufacture whatever it is you manufacture more efficiently. and in a better way. So that's pretty standard CR&D. The industrialisation centres, on the other hand, how do they come into that? So we put about £50 million into equipment. So this is, in the real world, equipment that you can go and use. So again, taking a motor, for example, one of the things you have to do with a motor is wind it. I won't go into the details of it. I'm sure people in here can explain it better than I can. But if you're going to wind a motor, you don't want to be doing that on your production facility when you're trying to manufacture them at the same time. You don't want to be working out how are you going to, find a better way of winding your motor on your own equipment while you're using it. Or secondly, you might not have the right equipment, and so you need to access equipment that is more bells and whistles than what you've got, so that you can work out how you're going to wind your motor in your next iteration of your product. So what do you need? You need some open access facilities that you can go to and say, with some experts, and say, hey, look, I have got this design idea for a motor. I want to improve my manufacturing of my motor, and I think winding is what I need to be focusing on. And then you maybe have a very sort of customizable winding machine that you can go to, and you can practice and work out exactly the fine details of how you're going to do that. Once you've done that, you can then go back to your manufacturing site and implement whatever changes you've worked out, or bring in new facilities. And that's the type of thing that we've done with the industrialisation centres. And if you look at the facility they've got in Warwick, is exactly that, what I've just described. And that type of thing is, that's one of the suite of capability we've got across the country looking at power electronics, motors and drives. And as I said, £50 million worth, 30 different institutions around the country, 4 kind of big front doors, all of them looking at different elements of PEMD and how you go about manufacturing this stuff. So when you've got a CR&D competition, the CR&D program, and they have access to facilities like that, that takes it off. That's a multiplier. That makes it so much more effective and more impactful. And then the third element, skills. It's all well and good on a factory. You've got your new production facility. You've worked out how you're going to manufacture your thing. You're going to go from 70 a year to 300 a year or 1,000 a year or whatever. But you haven't got anyone who knows how to hold a screwdriver in the right way to actually manufacture what you want to manufacture. And that's where the skills hubs come in. So unless you have got people who understand, who are on the shop floor, who really understand how you manufacture stuff, all of that is for nothing because you haven't got the right people. So something that we were told by industry on that, that traveling we did over the few years ago, was they couldn't find people who were leaving university without the right skills. They were having to retrain them, upskill them, so they actually really knew how to work on a shop floor. Or they had a whole bunch of very, very clever people that knew how to do X, but there wasn't any short courses or any in-work training or whatever that could get them from doing X to doing Y effectively. So that's where all of the funding we put into skills, we put about £6 million into different skills fundings, often with universities, often actually without universities, with sort of more boot camp type courses, all of them focused on producing skilled people that understand manufacturing and can walk straight onto the shop floor and know what they're doing with manufacturing. So this is a whistle-stop tour, but those are the 3 elements that were incredibly important to making Driving the Electric Revolution a success. The CR&D funding, the equipment so people could go and practice whatever they're doing, and then getting the people through the doors that could actually know how to manufacture the stuff. The 4th element, and it's called Business Connect these days, KTM back in the day, but Business Connect was then the bringing it all together. Events like this, or we've done in the past, we've had 50, 60 different ones of us. So we've got 6 or 7 of our companies out there, 50 or 60 of them in the same room together, spending a whole day networking just like today. And the amount of B2B business that was done on that. So, a company turning up at one of our events and realizing, oh God, that component I used to bring in from Italy or China or whatever, actually those guys down the road manufactured that component. Maybe I should speak to them and include them in my supply chain. So those types of networking events that we've run over the last few years has been a big part of those numbers you see there. So yeah, those 3 elements plus the Business Connect, the connecting together the businesses, is the reason why Driving the Electric Revolution is a success. I've been asked also to speak a bit about the future. So I think the main thing to say around the future from Drive and Electric Revolution, so the power electronics, motion drives point of view, is that if you look at the language within government, the language might have changed slightly from the previous administration. They're not talking about net zero as much as the previous one, but fundamentally, manufacturing things in the UK that are focusing towards, reducing carbon, whether it be motors, power electronics, wind turbines, whatever it might be. There's a lot of discussion in that, in all of the papers that are being produced, all of the discussions that are being had. So although we don't know the exact mechanism by which we will continue to support this industry, I'm very confident that one way or another there will be continued support for this industry. And you can already see some of that manifesting itself, say, within the auto industry with the announcements recently around the amount of money going into that around electrification in the auto industry. So that's my 2 cents on driving the electric revolution, what we've done, how we got there, and I'm looking forward to working with many people in the room over the next few years to do that type of thing again in whatever is next. So hand over to Paul with that.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello, everybody. Yes, hello. Hi, that's me. Hi, I'm Paul Davidson. Now, I have to say, before we get into this, privilege is a bit of an overused word these days, but it has been an absolute privilege to lead the Smart Sustainable Plastic Packaging Challenge Fund, and I've had that privilege since January 2020. So it's fantastic to be up here today to talk you through some of the things we've been up to, why we've done it, and some of the outcomes as well. So the first thing is we were a £60 million challenge, which is the UK government's largest intervention that it's ever made in making plastic packaging both smart and sustainable. However, that was the smallest challenge within the ISCF challenge suite. So 60 million was the smallest. And we set out right from an early stage, our strategy was going to be very much linked to the waste hierarchy. And we knew that was going to be difficult because as you go up the waste hierarchy, it's more about system change. It's less of doing more of the same, it's doing something different. And so we knew that was going to be difficult right from the get-go. On top of that, we said, right, carbon is really important. In fact, there are two things that are really important about plastics as a problem. One's carbon, one's pollution. We'll come on to the other one in a minute. So we also said, in all our projects, you've got to tell us about the carbon impacts of your projects. So we either need to know now that it's going to be carbon positive, or you better be able to tell us how you're going to find out, because some of these projects we won't know as they're coming to us and making applications. But that was a crucial part of how we set SSPP up. The other thing is we said we know that plastic's not about just about the carbon, it's about the loss of plastic to the environment. It's that Blue Planet 2 effect. We don't want to see plastics on our beaches anymore. So we need to have projects that directly impact on that. So understanding that, understanding those flows, and then potentially what we can do about it. So that was kind of at the bedrock of our thinking as we were moving into setting these projects up. So some of the highlights here, and really pleased that Jeff just walked in. So we helped us with Mura Technology establish, I think it's the world's first, I think the UK's first supercritical water-based process for recycling difficult to recycle plastics. So this is particularly polyolefins, so polyethylene, polypropylene in film form. This is a 20,000 tonne plant. It's up in Teesside. It's commissioning at the moment. So, and the commissioning is going really strongly, but already this is a piece of UK technology. It's already been exported into Korea, Japan, also to Europe, and potentially North America as well. So you can see this is UK IP, UK know-how being exported elsewhere. The next plant down here, this is the world's first plant capable of recycling polypropylene back into food-grade polypropylene. So again, this is a global first for the UK. So it kind of shows that actually the bit of state money, de-risking these investments, can have quite profound changes and really bring technologies forward. And that's a big and hopefully a recurring theme of today. But as I said right from the beginning, we're not just about doing the recycling. We wanted to push up that waste hierarchy, which is why we've been doing a lot of work in terms of reuse and refill. Now, when we started at SSPP in 2020, reuse and refill was really a niche sport. And yet it's becoming more and more on the agenda, and through the innovations and interventions we've been making and others have been making, people are beginning to understand that, yes, how this can be mainstreamed. We're not there yet. There's a lot of challenges yet to be done, but you can kind of see a pathway forward, and you can now see more government and policy support for it as well. So it's really exciting times for that as well. I mentioned that film is a really difficult to recycle material. It's also really difficult to collect. It's one of the last materials that we don't collect curbside at the moment. DEFRA were kind of looking to see whether that could be changed. So we actually, with DEFRA, funded a trial on collecting plastic film curbside. So this trial that we set up with funding with DEFRA as well, so we did it as a partnership, is now, I think it's actually the world's largest collection trial. We're at over 200,000 households are regularly receiving collection of film. The purpose of this is so that we can inform local authorities on the most cost-effective way of doing it, and to learn something about what that material is like. Good news is that, one, householders in the UK are really good at it. So the materials coming back is surprisingly clean. And the other thing is they really like doing it. And so we're actually getting a lot more material than was anticipated. So you know, the forecast, I think we've a third more than the forecast material. I forget. But it's been a very successful trial. That's the outcome of that. We haven't just been doing all kind of the, if you like, the big flashy stuff. We've also been doing sort of like the supporting work as well. So we've been working on an open data standard to help people do their compliance reporting for packaging. We know that AI is going to be really important in all parts of our lives, right? But it's having a profound impact in the way that we're actually sorting and managing waste. And some of the companies we've been supporting have been at the forefront of that transition to AI-enabled sorting and, of waste and recyclables as well. Final point down here is the innovations around food grade. Now, food grade is really important. Where are we? About 40% of all plastics used gets used in packaging. Majority of it has to be food grade. So if we want to recycle material plastic back, it's got to go back into packaging. And to do that, it really needs to be food grade. So it's kind of like, how can we help with the food grade recycling? Just plant's one of the answers there. The other one is the food grade PP plant we talked about. But also we need a good, robust, solid testing methodology to prove that these processes can actually deliver food-safe recycled materials. And so we've been working as well to augment what's out there at the moment to make those tests more appropriate for polyethylene and polypropylene. Oh, hello, what's going on here? So what's been achieved? So, so the big numbers, if you will. So the first thing to say, it was a £60 million fund. We're on track to deliver over £274 million of co-investment. And so I think that's a real testament to the companies that we've been working with, saying, yes, we want to do this. We need to invest to make a change. We want to do it with you. Please help us by just de-risking that investment a bit. And that's been a huge, huge impact we've had. Not just on that, but you also see over 300 collaborations. So those collaborations have been absolutely essential in bringing supply chains together to make these investments work. And you can see actually on this side, there's over 50% of our projects have involved more than one actor in a supply chain. So the whole plastic packaging supply chain needs to get its act together, and we've helped catalyse do that. You can see in the middle there that we've already displaced 17 million single-use packaging items. And that's actually, to be honest, it's a relatively small number in terms of packaging terms. It's a start, but it's growing very strongly. Over 30,000 tonnes of carbon also saved just as a starting point. And that's just from the bio-based or some of the recycling programs we've been doing. Interesting thing about skills here. we've funded a program that actually directly helped upskill over 500 people in terms of sustainable packaging design with the BPF. But on top of that, and this is a fact I hadn't really clocked, but 90% of our projects have said actually doing the project helped upskill us. So being part of that process has really improved the skills base as well, which is a really interesting add-on. But there's more. We're not an infrastructure fund. We weren't designed to build capacity. We're an innovation fund. However, by doing what we've been doing, we've increased the UK's recycling capacity by over 100,000 tonnes a year. There's an additional 150,000 tonnes gone internationally directly because of the work we've been doing as well. Now, as I said, we're not an infrastructure fund, it's innovation. So that capacity has gone into the difficult and new areas. So it's about film recycling, it's about food contact recycling. It's not the traditional recycling operations that you see. So you can see we're trying to push forward to those higher value and more difficult to recycle areas as well. We're looking at, and this is Mustafa's and I, because we go forwards and back on this quite a bit, very conservatively, between 25 and 2030, SSPP will have been responsible for cutting 1.5 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents. So again, a very significant impact in terms of carbon, and we are part of the net zero domain. That's what we're here to do. We've been very fortunate. Our projects have received over 40 international awards as well. Some of those have been some of the prestigious Earthshot Prize or the Alliance to End Plastics funding as well. So they've been recognised internationally. We have an academic part of what we've been doing as well. And they've achieved over 100 publications. So it's not just about the industry part, so the academic bit as well. And you can see a lot of those engagements and outcomes are leading to a lot of positive outcomes. So building the cohort, building the family, so that when we finally complete, that cohort can continue. So, finally, I want a huge thanks to everyone who's been involved in SSPP. It's been an absolute joy to run this program. So to all the members of SSPP, past and present, to our projects, we're nothing without our projects as well. And also, I should point out our support structures, the wider Innovate and UKRI families as well. So with that, I'd like to say thank you ever so much for everything you've been involved with over the last 4 years with us. Thank you. 6 years. Any questions? Yes, please, Safia. So in case the audience didn't hear that, the question was, what's next? So as far as SSPP is concerned, at the moment we're unsure. So I'm afraid it's going to be watch this space at the moment. We are using UK CPN as the main vehicle to keep people informed with our next plans as they come about. So, but at the moment, the future's not completely certain, shall we say. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. The only thing to add to that from Innovate UK's point of view is obviously the industrialisation centres, sorry, from Drive Electric Revolutions, but the industrialisation centres are there, and please go and use them if you need to, and the Skills Hub is there as well. So both of those are going to carry on going for the long term, we think. And then the second thing to say is if you want to know more about Drive Electric Revolution type things, make sure you signed up to the newsletter, which if you haven't already, then do give me a shout and I can give you the details. But that will give you an idea of things that might happen in the future. Another question here.
Thanks. It's by pure chance that I managed to turn up just at the right moment, Paul, it seems, so it's pure by luck. Two quick comments. One is my thanks to the Innovate team as a whole. They have been outstanding in taking us on this journey from, well, we should have finished in 2023, but here we are, just finishing and in commissioning now, and we have product, but we're not talking about that yet. But the point is, it's a long haul. The team have been with us throughout the whole process. The world has really opened up for the innovation programs around SSPP, and we feel very much blessed to have been part of that. I can't tell you what else you get from Innovate UK other than the money, which is always lovely, but actually it's the other stuff that you get around in the profile and the support and the leadership you get from around the programs, for which we thank you from the company. So thank you for that. In terms of what's next, to your question, my challenge to Paul about 2 months ago, we went with the program board, which was help us get to scale. So how do we get the message from DCIT and from Innovate and the SSPP program into wider government to commit the next set of investments to infrastructure, which sadly is not considered critical in this country, which I feel is mad. Compared to water and energy and everything else, this is not critical infrastructure, but it is. So really it's about how we can all then continue on the journey to exploit this. And you've seen it globally discussed as well. You mentioned Japan and Korea. The potential for UK to lead in the areas that SSPP has covered is fantastic. We have such an opportunity here. Maybe it's the silver lining of Brexit we're waiting for. We can do a lot here to do more, but unless there is the follow-on commitment to support that, it will go somewhere else. And as a small company, we've got to look to where the best economic benefits are going to be. We want to do it here. Hope our government is listening somewhere that this will go on. But the programme has been outstanding, and personal thanks to you, Paul, and to Nick and to Gavin, who've looked after us so well over the last 5 years. I feel quite sad, actually, but there you go. Thank you.
Jeff, I think it's a really good point. My sense is that actually that chemicals and plastics is actually coming back up the priority list within the three main departments. Well, so the 3+1 departments, so DBT, DESNES, DEFRA, and DCIT as a responsive. So I think it is kind of coming back up there. Whether it will be in sufficient time and magnitude for spending review 2, I don't know. So, but thank you.
Question over here.
Hi. Thank you for the presentations, really interesting. I have a question about the catalyzed funding ratio. What you present is amazing. For £1.16 back to the economy. How do you calculate that ratio? What kind of data do you collect that from projects? How do you do that?
It's a number of different sources, and I potentially could bore you for hours going through the details. But summary is that so first of all, that number comes from a company called Frontier, so nothing to do with us. Frontier Economics, who are an independent consultancy, have come in and they've done a number of things. So they've interviewed loads of our projects to understand the impact of the funding. So, horse's mouth type thing. Secondly, they've looked at economic data from across, the economy, looking at the impact and the growth of PEMD. But to be honest with you, off the top of my head, I can't remember. There's 4 criteria. There's aligned, follow on. Anyway, I can talk to you in more detail about this afterwards. But yeah, the report from Frontier Economics will be. I've got the final draft sitting in my inbox now, so the final version will be released imminently, and you can look into the details then. But yeah, I can. In fact, is Arben in the room anywhere? No, he might be outside. But yeah, come and see us at the stand, and I can give you much more detail about that if you like. There's no other questions. I think we can move on. Okay. Thank you very much. The next session is with Deepak. So is it time? What's the time, by the way?
It's 2 minutes to 2.
2 minutes to 2. Is it 5 past Deepak starts? Okay, so we'll be starting again in this room in 5 minutes. Okay, so don't go too far.
Thank you.
Don't have to choose. Don't have to choose.
everybody's settled in. I think we're closing the door. Brilliant, perfect. So thank you very much for joining this session. Over the last few years, it's been an interesting journey. You can probably tell by the picture that, or at least that picture somewhere there, that I've grown a lot older. Right, I've got a beard. Right, but when I started this journey, I think it was about really championing skills. And really, what I found over the last few years is that actually championing skills was not something that you can do alone. You needed a team. You needed people like yourselves, the community to support us, and the board members and all the people that have been on our journey with us. So I think it's really, I just want to say thank you really, but also to the DER program itself. I didn't realize how far that was going to reach. We've got conversations around skills, but also around industrialization centers, going international, making a dent in all sorts of walks of life. And I think that's where it's always been about for me in terms of creating opportunity, being accessible, right? Trying to make sure that the markets had full, use of the things that we were funding effectively and making sure that they became a multiplier in the industry. So today we've got a couple of good sessions, hopefully. We'll be having a panel session looking at a pragmatic approach around skills and how we can support electrification skills going forward. We've also got a session from our colleague Richard Lane, who will be talking about some of the course provisions available around the country. Actually from data, so a couple of 3 years ago, we didn't obviously have the Electric Revolution Skills Hub, but having that been in place for about 3 years now, we've got lots of different data that we can share with that. So one of those will be around course provisions around the country, which Richard will share. And then we've got Stephen Pearson from JLR, who will be talking to us about some of the things that they're doing around supporting skills and the interventions that they're putting in place. So to start off with, we'll introduce our panel. We will start with Philippa. Philippa's over there. Philippa, please, if you want to take a seat. And we've got Professor there we go. So we've got Stephen Stelter. And we've got Dawn Longton and Paul Robson. Right. Hopefully you've got mics.
Hello?
Hello? Tight there. Hopefully everyone can see you. So to be honest, which one is it? That one. There we go. Introduction. So before I come to introduce the panel, I think that it's important to say that, colleagues like this have supported us on multiple different panel sessions. But with skills, it's not a static thing. It's constantly moving. It's very dependent on, the market and how it changes. And having opportunities like this to address the current position we're in is always a good conversation to have, because we're always trying to fight against, the idea that skills leads innovation and then innovation makes more opportunity. Skills is almost like a constant dance between the two. And the colleagues have always supported us. So I'll start with Philippa, if you want to start with a little bit of an introduction from yourself.
Afternoon, everybody. My name's Philippa Oldham. I'm Stakeholder Engagement Director at the Advanced Propulsion Centre. I'm a Chartered Mechanical Engineer by background. At the Advanced Propulsion Centre is a funding organisation, joint industry and government, to support the transition towards net zero within the automotive sector, so fund all the different technology options. I'm Stakeholder Engagement Director, so I manage our government affairs, relationship with the universities, relationship with the Automotive Council, so that's the leader of industry bodies representing what the sector needs, amongst other things. But I also wear multiple hats and also sit on the advisory board for the ERS Skills Hub, and was part of the team that originally pulled the DER submission together.
Thank you, that's perfect. Spencer?
Hello, everyone. Spencer Salter, worked at JLR for 36 years now, so a long time. Started as an apprentice, chassis engineering effectively, so mechanical similarly. Got a professorship through Coventry University in human factors, really. Motion sickness is my thing, so if you suffer from that, have a chat. What else? So currently I'm Research Director at JLR, looking after sort of all the innovation and technologies and, science that's going into our future products, sort of Horizon 3, 2, and sort of the near term as well. So always looking for white space. Obviously, net zero is key to everything. That's what I'm doing at the moment.
Brilliant, thank you. Dawn?
I am Dawn Longton. I work for Eon Energy, or Eon Next, in their training academy. I'm an electrical engineer by trade. I did an apprenticeship in hazardous atmospheres back in the day, in mining. This has been translated over the years, and we deliver various courses within E.ON to upskill our staff. I do all electrical courses, and I'm retraining myself as well, doing a retrofit assessors course in a couple of weeks. I don't know why. Getting too old for it. And basically, that's me.
Brilliant. Right, hello everyone. I'm Paul Robson. I was a British Steel sponsored student, proudly from the northeast of England. Did a PhD at Nottingham on the More Electric Aircraft, designing electrified systems, electric motors, electric machines. Then I after my PhD, I did 3 years designing power steering systems at TRW. Then I did 8 years designing high-performance electric motors and drives for high-performance motorsport systems and supercars. I had an eye injury, so I needed a local job, so I went into recruitment. So I've got a PhD in electrical engineering, and I also have been a recruiter. So I've experienced, I know about everyone's headaches in terms of recruitment. I've solved a lot of recruitment problems, and now I've gone back to engineering, and I work for an EV charging company, a next generation EV charging company called Petalite. We've got a new way of charging. It's current source rather than voltage source. It's modular, it's scalable. We're very excited about it, and we've got a commercial launch coming up in 2025. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, excellent. So, I mean, we'll start this off with, really about the current state of play. We drive innovation, and we, are trying to move, as you said, towards net zero. And really, I'll put the question, we'll start with yourself, Spencer, around, how is the skills gaps or the skills in terms of, how you're acquiring them, the acquisition of them, affecting your innovation or the organisations that you work with?
Okay. It's a fast pace, isn't it, to get cars electric, catch up in the UK to sort of everywhere else, sort of leading almost, as we were. But people don't probably realise that when you do an electric car, it also makes the mechanical elements really complicated because they're so quiet. You need to have new skills in NVH, noise, vibration and harshness, because you hear things that you could never hear with an internal combustion engine. When you're selling premium products like Range Rovers, you really do focus in on those little clicks and ticks that you just couldn't hear. So it's like you have to go through that loop of mechanical stuff as well to sort of wash that away. So you've still got a really good premium quality vehicle, but they are so quiet. So that's one of the challenges. The other is obviously battery technology and also sort of having rare earth metals in the car. By definition, they're rare, so that puts costs in, and also, where the world is at the moment in terms of supply chains of those rare earth metals is quite complicated. So if you can de-rare earth your products, that's got to be a win, for one. And then obviously, because everything's electric, effectively, you've got loads and loads of data coming off the car. So next talk after this one's about data, so I'll leave that to it.
Excellent. Philippa?
Really, I suppose the question or the challenge is, you ask any engineer or any engineering company, they'll always say they need new skills, and it is those transitions that people need, and we hear very much about, where do you get access to those new skills and those people, maybe the retraining is obviously one aspect of it, but the ones that are being nurtured. And actually more and more we have a startup program called TDAP, Technology Developer Accelerator Program. And actually one of the things those startup businesses do is work very closely with academia and actually pull some of those skills right through in terms of actually developing and growing their businesses. And we've seen those businesses sort of transform in size of over the course of, say, 3 to 5 years, almost double in size by actually getting that access and working with the universities to develop these new technologies. And that's actually a real opportunity, I think, for some businesses. The larger ones and the OEMs have their own challenges. They often can compete on attracting people with the salaries, which can be an issue. But I think, touching on what Spencer was saying, actually localization is a big thing we're starting to see in the supply chain. So again, helping businesses work with other organisations to know where they can get access and actually can they develop the skills in parallel with their supply chain to really grow both their businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen a lot of things change in the market over the last few years, especially in the skills space. And, with the technologies changing, obviously everyone knows the AI emergence. is quite an important thing as well. But yourself, Dawn, I mean, with regards to some of the skills, and because I know you work in that space as well, it'd be good to hear a little bit about, what you've seen change and how that is sort of affecting the market as well.
So, as a utility company, our staff just installed electric and gas meters. They want to do more now. So we are installing EV chargers, solar battery. Our gas fitters are going on to do air source heat pumps. But with that, there is a massive skill shortage. So we're upskilling our staff, but we've got gaps. Or it would take too long to get the training under the current legislation. So a colleague, he's developing courses as a bridging course to help us along and shorten the pathway for our staff to be able to do the new requirements.
Okay. And just building on that, we have this idea that we need to be aware of the skills, right, or what we call them, or how we sort of translate them into the market. And we've got sort of frameworks in the AI space, for example, like the Turing Centre and many other frameworks. And we're conducting currently a research around ourselves, for the APC actually, around AI skills gaps and how they can support skills gaps within the automotive sector. What standards are you looking at, and if you've got courses being developed, where are you looking at those frameworks and sort of making
sure?
So
we are developing our own courses, and then we're going to awarding bodies to get them accredited, and then awarding bodies will be able to put out to other companies to reuse what we've worked on and develop staff going forward within multiple companies, not just our own.
Brilliant. Excellent. Paul, so you've been on both sides recently in terms of recruitment and obviously as an engineer now. It'd be good to hear your perspective of, how have you seen the market change? I think that we're probably in agreement that, at the moment we're seeing sort of a sort of stalemate in terms of, where skills are actually being required, and the amount of jobs available has probably shrunk a little bit. So how are you seeing that from both sides?
No, it's been really interesting because I was recruiting all the way through COVID and Brexit and all the transition and changes there. In the last 10 years, it's been a lot of the companies I work with, whether they be automotive, motorsport, myself and EV charging now, they all need the same types of engineers. They need mechanical engineers who understand about thermal management and novel processes to extract heat to get power density up. We need controls engineers. It's all the same sort of skill sets. One of the real things I've noticed about being in EV charging is that, I've got a bit of a power electronics, electric machines background, and Petalite is a spin-off from Aston University, and we've got this thing working on a bench. It's absolutely amazing. But then an EV charge station, especially the way we're trying to do it, with modularity and bidirectional characteristics, it's a really interesting embedded software, embedded systems problem. So we go out looking for software engineers, but what I've learned in recruitment is there's so many different shades of software engineers. You've got software engineers who specialize in safety critical systems, some software engineers who are focused on one type of microprocessor. We're using a tri-core microprocessor, and we haven't got time because we're going from startup to scale up. We need people who've got this experience. And so we've been able to build a team of junior software engineers and systems engineers by identifying people of the right personality type who can grow and learn and are passionate and have all been hobbyists. But we need the people who can mentor them. And we're lucky that the market has contracted. And I think we've doubled in size. We've now got 52 staff. That's doubled in size over the last year. And I believe the reason we've been able to grow so much is it's an interesting proposition, but also the market's quite depressed. And some of the clusters, which seem to be really thriving, for whatever reason, are now not as buoyant as they used to be. So I think if we'd been trying to build the same team 5 years ago, we'd have found it much tougher. Another thing I've really noticed is the amount of embedded software that's just being outsourced now, which means that there's fewer and fewer teams doing it in the UK. So we haven't got the critical mass of different skill levels within an organisation. So we're not going to be able to build the engineers of the future really, because everyone needs to learn on the job and have had their hands burnt a few times in order to gain the experience to be thrown and get it right first time. So I mean, as I say, I'd love to talk to you more about it afterwards, but the market has changed. Every sort of 5-year period, it seems to be a big step change. Unfortunately, it's not really for the better at the moment, but we like to be the shining light and do things right.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's nice to hear. With regards to SMEs, Philippa, we've got, many SMEs that we try to support in the different types of work we do. Have you got any success stories that you can share with us around, supporting an SME, particularly around the skill space?
Yeah, and I have. There's quite a few actually out there. I mean, one that I'll touch on is, again, it's a company about energy, and there was a spin out from Imperial, and actually one of the things that they've done is they've got a collaboration with Birmingham University on things like their Formula Student car and also their Eco Drive, which is a Shell performance vehicle, and they're sponsoring it, but they're also developing their own technology by getting the data and learning it, and then encouraging the students to look at this as an opportunity. And so there's some nice spin outs there. We've got MPEL that again went through our tech developer program, and that's really about, again, honing businesses to not only look at how you develop the technology, because that's obviously a really important aspect, but have you got the right leadership skills in place? Are you pitching it right? Have you got your IP protected in the right way? Is a really important aspect that, all businesses to grow really need to think about that. Just to touch on Paul's point though, actually there's some real challenges, I think, with getting people to transition. So if you worked in thermal management, for example, in engines, actually taking those skills and looking at how you can transition that to battery systems is one of the things. But the software side of things is a real concern, and what that means. And actually, while some people can see the sort of the desire to go for more software-defined vehicles in the whole system, you can see that from, say, an OEM perspective. But what does that mean as you go down the supply chain, and what does that mean for the smaller companies that are in development? And that's a real concern that we're being fed back to at the moment with some of the small businesses that we're working with. So that is a challenge I don't have a solution for. But there is a lot of growth, and I think that shared access to the skills and where you develop, again, is something that you can do, and obviously the ERS Hub does that as well in advertising the courses that are agreed to by businesses.
Okay. And Spencer, from your perspective from an OEM, what work are you doing currently to support SMEs and organisations that probably are in your supply chains, and especially when it comes to the skills and innovation space?
So obviously electric vehicles, they're high voltage, so we've had to do a lot of high voltage training for all of the sort of dealer networks and sort of anybody that comes into contact, and that also includes like the police as well and so forth. So that's all gone out there on how to deal with cars safely. Internally, there's lots of training and sort of foundation training courses that we're putting on now inside JLR, and which sort of spreads out a little bit as well. But we sort of mainly get a lot of graduates coming in, and we do things like co-mentorship. So I mentor people, but the new graduates also mentor me on what TikTok is and all those sorts of good things. But you can drop down your wealth of knowledge from sort of normal engineering to people to give them a quick boost. So that's sort of good. And we're also doing lots of like sort of competitions and funding of opportunities. So we recently did one about sustainability where it was a plant-based sort of farming method to get nickel out of soil. So literally harvesting nickel without mining. So that they've got some investment now going into from JLR out to sort of those sort of companies. There was another one where they was growing sort of petrol from air with a fairly heavy electric process, but it might be a traditional sort of step in the dance towards electrification. So there's lots of things going on. But I echo the point about software. Software coding is moving on so fast. It's like you're always out of date almost. And then there's the whole regime of do you let AI code the software for you to do the first screen? That's a big, brave step for people to take. So yeah, software is an issue. I echo the points on that.
Yeah, actually, that builds another nice question for you, Dawn, around some of the support that you're doing around or supporting SMEs, but from maybe that digital perspective a little bit.
So within our training academy itself, we have got a digital team that are working for our e-learning. So we are developing various e-learning packages with AI, and we've got the students wear the goggles. I don't know the technical terms for it, but it is something new that E.ON are striving into taking steps, as well as the academy. The academy itself was only set up for metering, and now we're a full net zero academy, and we are delivering to other companies, not just our own. So the idea behind our e-learning, the digital packages, is that guys can watch this in the comfort of their own home, take part, do the exams online, some testing online, anything practical where they've got to use screwdrivers and pipe wrenches, they have to come in, unfortunately.
Excellent. So I think that, you know, over the years I've seen quite a lot of good practice, but I've also come across a lot of bad practice when it comes to, you know, skills and supporting it. We've all mentioned to a degree, you know, mentorship. We've all mentioned, you know, supporting people. I've seen instances where students have gone to, you know, talk to people and they've almost been dismissed. What would you say to those sort of organisations who, on one hand, are trying to support innovation and grow their workforce, but on the other hand, their main focus is sell product? All right. So, is there any thoughts on that? I will come to Paul actually first.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, we've seen lots of good practice.
Yeah.
But the most important part, I think, is to make sure that we support, because these are people we're talking about,
yeah,
and they've got journeys to go on. I've noticed, you know, that when it comes to speaking to the right people in organisations, it's brilliant. We get conversations like this, you know, we're a mentor, we want to help you. But there's also people in organisations who turn students away, don't want to have conversations, and they don't want to support them.
And we realised quite early on, we just had to change the whole culture. We've got to, you know, you've got to attract the staff. You know, you've got to identify who you want in your company first, and then you've got to entice them to join, and then you've got to train them, and then you've got to retain them. And if you've got anyone who's got a bad attitude or isn't, you know, who's not a positive influence, then if you're a small company like ours, going from, you know, start-up to scale-up, now we're sort of around the Series A sort of funding stage. I mean, I've had people sit in interviews where the hiring managers just not wanted to hire this person because they felt their job was at risk, or, you know, or just become too cynical, really. And you've got to take people on this journey. And if you're in a small company that's got a big journey ahead of you, you've just got to make sure that the people around you and who have contact with the people who are young and malleable and enthusiastic, you know, basically, you've just got to build that culture. I think it's so important. What we've done well is we've had these lunch and learn sessions, and people have reached out to their network and their old colleagues. People may have recently retired, and they've been invited in to talk about projects and things. And I think engineers never really retire. And to be given the opportunity to sort of come in and have a look around. Everybody likes a tour of an innovation company out of sheer interest and nosiness. And I mean, that's one brilliant thing about being in engineering. And my background's a magnetics community, but it's the same for all these communities. I mean, it's when I tried to map all the power electronics engineers, for example, when I was recruiting, I just couldn't believe it. I was in first name terms with about all of them that were in the UK. And then they're retiring faster than they're being trained. So you end up, you know, it becomes easier and easier to remember them. And you know almost exactly what they're doing and things. So you've just got to, so if you can access that community and that community spirit, it's really important. But as I say, culture is just so important. And to, you know, make sure that people are listened to. Like, I think it's absolutely wonderful. When I joined the company, it was a bit ad hoc, the hiring policy. It was often based on personality, oh, you look good and things, but it's worked out so well. One of my colleagues, who's I'm learning systems engineering from, has got a classics degree, but he's, you know, he says himself he's a little bit neurodiverse, but he's fantastic. He knows the standards inside out. 61851-1-23 2014, 2023 version. I mean 60664. I mean all these standards he can recite, and you just need a few people who can guide the people with the energy and the enthusiasm, and who are really embracing all the new technology and things. I'm well into my mid-40s now, and I'm starting to find that I can't learn things as quickly as some of my younger colleagues. It's about regular appraisals, being listened to, and I think when I was recruiting, I just noticed it was that retention problem. We're in a bidding war over all these people because there's so few of them. So to retain, you've got to invest in people and listen to them. And one of our successes, and just going into our recruitment successes, has been harnessing the networks of everybody, building a LinkedIn profile for all our senior managers and pretty much everybody. Who have you worked with before? Who would you like to be working with again? And when people feel involved, and if they know there's a role being hired for, then they're keen to, and especially if you've got a referral scheme. We've had 7 hires from referrals in the last year, and it just saves you so much money than working with recruitment companies or what some of the other options are, or the costs that you burn putting out an advert, which, adverts fall on deaf ears now because there's so many of them, and it's just the same constant churn, really. So, yeah, we're all people. It's an organisation needs somebody really good in a sort of an HR type position, or people who are line managers who can really appreciate and get the best out of people. So personality is everything, especially in an SME.
That's really insightful there, and sorry, I'm being given time limit. I promised to keep a time, otherwise I'll get told off later. But actually, just on that, the culture part is such an important part about attracting the right talent, because the talent, they want something different nowadays, right? They want a bit more freedom. They want to be able to be creative, innovative in all their spaces, and we've got to give them the forum to do that. From your perspectives, always start with Spencer around. You were, obviously you're from JLR, so there's a natural attraction there, right, for someone to say, well, that's the nice shiny heritage, the brand's there.
Yeah.
But from a cultural perspective, what's it actually like for people?
It's huge. I mean, JLR spent a hell of a lot of money over the last 5 years to get the culture right. I mean, it is a journey, and the culture needs to change all the time because people's expectations, working from home culture and all that sort of stuff. I mean, Steve, it's a different company now, isn't it, from 5-10 years ago? It really is, the amount of money and investment in like a modern leadership sort of program. But ultimately, it comes down to a bit of respect, doesn't it? Why don't you want to listen to the person that's just come into the company because they know about the world more than you do because you've lived here, So, and it's the quiet one in the room that knows the answer, and you've got to tease that out of the person and give them the space. If you don't, you've lost the answer because they'll go elsewhere.
Thank you. Sophie. Philippa?
Yeah, just add a couple of things to what's already been said. A lot of it comes from leadership. I think traditionally we've potentially had a lot of engineering companies who have potentially had autocratic leaders, you may describe them as. And it's about bringing on new diverse workforce, which is what you were talking about, Paul, and encouraging people to make those mistakes and have a go. And that, going back to that, no idea is a bad idea, but actually it's about then the problem who people that work within that technical discipline may be applying it, might find the solution. Is one challenge. I think from a personal perspective at APC, we obviously support industry. So all of us have got industrial backgrounds. A lot of people have worked for a lot of the large OEMs out there and large businesses. And actually, though, we're an SME, we're a small business. So actually getting people to shift from that large corporate mindset into operating as an SME has been a cultural challenge for us that we are going through at the moment, actually, to make sure that is applicable and you remain agile and flexible and recognise actually working within an SME and a small business is very different from working to a large corporate, and actually those interconnects and the way that people work and that personality that you touched on, Paul, as well, actually is really important, and going that little bit further, but also having that respect is a key thing, respect for everybody's skills. No matter what those skills are, because actually you need a mix of those to make a business a success.
Brilliant, thank you. Dawn, your perspective on that?
For us at E.ON, everybody's is entitled to a say. We've got to be the equality and diversity within the business. Everybody is given a voice, as they call it, and we put our own feedback and our own spin on everything. We are encouraged to feedback on every conversation within the business. So individually, I do feel we are listened to. respect is the biggest one for me. If you respect all your peers in the room, you can't go wrong.
Brilliant, thank you. That's a good note to end it on. But I think that we're running out of time now. But one quick thought from everyone, around supporting, the business and the skills sector. If you would like to see something happen over the next year or so, the program DER will continue, Skills Revolution will continue. But ultimately, if you want to see something happen over the next year, what would that be?
But still, personally, what I just was talking about earlier, I think to bring experienced older engineers together with younger engineers together, events, I don't know, give free entry to, and encourage people who've retired recently to come to conferences so they can network. Because every time I go to a conference, I talk to people who are keen to share their skills and their experience. I used to be involved in the UK Magnetic Society a lot. And there was so many retirees who would come in, and they were absolutely legends in their field. They'd have invented key aspects of the manufacturing process of magnets and had really led the world. And to me, they're my idols, really. And to have them at events and sharing their knowledge, and it can be very intimidating when you're young to think that these people are just superhuman. But then they tell you about their mistakes and they tell you about the journey they've been on, and it makes all the difference. They failed, and that's why they've succeeded.
Yeah, it's really inspiring. I think that's a really good point.
I think exactly the same as Paul. If we could get more of our older generations being mentors to our younger, supporting them again, giving them the knowledge that we're losing, basically.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Yeah, great co-mentorship is a thing. Literally condense that timeline, give my 40 years experience to somebody over a 3-week period. They can then run with what I know. Why not?
Exactly.
Mine would probably be collaboration, actually, reaching out to individuals from different sectors as well, I think is a big opportunity, and using platforms like, I think we've just had a bit of a moan outside about LinkedIn and some of the spam we get on there, but actually if you are looking for an expert in a particular field, reach out to those individuals and don't be scared to ask those questions that you might not know the answer to. I feel that in some ways, definitely some of the meetings I'm in, people are fearful sometimes of asking questions because they might not know the answer or don't want to look stupid. I'm always happy to be that stupid person in the room because I'm pretty sure that not everybody in that room is an expert, but it's
really
important.
Nice. Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. And thank you, firstly, to our panellists who have given us an insight into their thoughts and obviously sharing their experiences. And really, hopefully we'll continue to do more of these sessions and we'll keep, like I said, sharing that information. But if I just want to give a round of applause, thank you very much, for giving us that time. We'll start the next session now. I think we're introducing Richard Lane to support us with some of the data around course provisions around the country. And again, thank you very much, all four of you. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Richard Lane. I'm here from the Electric Revolution Skills Hub and Coventry University, and I'm going to speak to you for 5 minutes around course provision for electrification around the UK, and trying to kind of understand where do certain courses sit, what gaps might there be, and who's providing courses to whom. So, I've only got 5 minutes here. So I'm going to try and fit in months of research into 5 minutes. So if you do have further questions for me afterwards, we'll be available at the ERS Hub stand just outside the door here. So Electric Revolution Skills Hub, for those of you who don't know, we've been live for just under 2 years now, with the main goal of closing the skills gap in UK electrification, mostly around the power electronics, machines and drive space, but we've also worked in other areas such as batteries and further propulsion units as well. So what we've done is we have done some research based on all the data that we've gathered as part of the Skills Hub. And we've been in a really privileged position to be able to provide data where there wasn't any before. Before we started out on this project, we tried to do an understanding of what are the skills gaps in electrification in the UK. And one of the things we found is there was very, very little data. So we conducted an initial piece of research to understand some of the things that the panel were just talking about a few minutes ago, actually, around kind of electrical engineers, the in short supply, and being able to try and find the right skills for the right organisation was becoming increasingly a challenge. So we wanted to kind of put a bit of flesh on the bone as far as the course provision in the UK. So the data we've used for what you're going to see today is 1,000+ courses and training opportunities that were listed on the Skills Hub, and 250 course and training providers. The caveat here is this is the data collected by the Hub. So not only does this serve as an insight into where the skills gaps and courses are in the UK, but it also gives us an insight into where the ERS Hub could potentially do more to get people in areas that are underrepresented. So let's dive into it. So the heat maps you see here on the UK are on the right-hand side of the, well, my right, your left of the screen are all the courses represented in the UK. So you can see this is number of courses per 1 million people, and the darker the colour, the more courses there are available. So you can see in Scotland, which is maybe not as densely populated, we have a really strong correlation of the amount of courses available per people. There's a lot of universities in Scotland. That means that we have much more provision than we do in other areas. You can also see in the northeast, which is often seen as a manufacturing hub, you can see that there's quite a strong correlation with all courses, but then we look at technical, vocational, and RFQ below level 5 courses, which are more the introductory courses. There really is a complete lack of provision available. It's really more focused on those higher level skills. And we can also see that down into Yorkshire as well. And what I find particularly intriguing, and I don't know if this is a gap in our data or if it's a reality, but if you look around London, there's a real shortage of courses in the London area, whereas when you look at the West Midlands, you can see there's as a manufacturing hub with several large employers around there, you can see a real density of the courses available. So this gives us a real insight into understanding, okay, who's delivering which courses and where. And we've also done a correlation to job providers in this area as well. And you can see that the map actually does correlate very, very well with large employers as well. So, as I said, I haven't got much time to delve into this, but this gives us a real sort of, let's say, a snapshot understanding of where the courses are in the UK. So, who's providing those courses? And you can see here that overwhelmingly, universities are the biggest providers of courses in the UK. But then we have colleges and other types of further education institutions as well, providing a huge amount of courses available, and then independent training providers with the fewest options available. And this kind of helps us understand, is this a case of we have more connections with the university as a university running this project, or is this a true representation? We're reasonably comfortable this is a reasonably true representation of the course provision across the UK. So let's jump into the courses by level. Okay, and this piece I think is kind of very interesting to be able to, when you're looking at what is the on-ramp, how do people get into electrification? And that means looking at what those lower level courses are. So the introductory courses tend to be overwhelmingly, unsurprisingly, from college institutions, from further education. And you can see that they're also topped up by private training providers, with obviously universities not really engaging as much in those RFQ 5 and below courses. But when we get to level 6, 7, 8 and 9, universities are overwhelmingly where the provision is. So one of the challenges that we see here is, if you're someone, a mid-career engineer and looking to retrain to be able to move into the new electrification space, you're moving out of ICE engineering, universities are your primary option available to you here. So this is something that we need to take into consideration when you're looking at the upskilling and reskilling. Okay, and then finally for me, because as I said, it's months of research into 5 minutes, we can look at the breakdown by delivery mode, by duration, and by price. And you can see that on-site is the primary area of delivery, which is what you'd expect from a manufacturing engineering skills development, with online coming a close second with blended, and then on-premises from usually OEM manufacturers as well, taking a small slice. Duration, you can see these are short courses, so this is not degree courses. You can see 3 weeks to 3 months takes around a quarter of the time, but 3 hours to 11 days is by far the dominating factor here. So it really is surface level training seems to be of the most abundance. And then looking at the pricing, unsurprisingly, price upon request, 42%. So that means if it's going to be very expensive, we're not going to tell you till later. And then we can see our other price points here making up the numbers. And this kind of just really is just to give you an overview, an understanding of what the course provision is. So that's about it from me. It's very, very quick, I know. So as I said before, if you've got any questions, come to me at the ERS Hub stand. And now I'm going to introduce Stephen Pearson from Jaguar Land Rover. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes trying to describe the journey we've been on over the last 5 or 6 years, transitioning the knowledge and skills of our computer simulation team within the propulsion organisation at Jaguar Land Rover. So at a very high level, my role is quite simple. So we use computer models to go and find error states in our products before we make any hardware, and we certainly want to find them before they get anywhere near our customers. So what I'm going to do is to take you through the way that we've been upskilling our engineers to be able to do that. I'll talk about the way we've done it and how we've done it. As I say, that's quite a simple role, but it's got much harder in recent times. So we all know about electrification, but we've also got connected car. We've got shared ownership. That's the other one, and autonomous driving. We're all aware of these. What we don't talk about as much, however, is the revolution that's going on in terms of transitioning what is effectively a hardware-driven product into a software-driven product. Today's modern car is probably the most software-intensive product out there. So those disruptors, along with this revolution, are making our jobs much harder. We've got a lot more ways that things can fail. So how do we transition that into what we need to do in terms of skills? What that meant for our team was we needed to give them some new commodity knowledge. They're very familiar with ICE propulsion systems, but they needed to know about BEV propulsion systems. They needed to know how they function, but more importantly for our role, we need to know how they fail. We needed to know what success looked like. That also means we needed to give them some more knowledge of the fundamentals. We were predominantly mechanical and thermal fluid engineers. We needed to become electrical engineers. We needed to learn about electromagnetics. We needed to start worrying about EMC, EMI. But actually, we also needed to go and improve our technical skills. And this is as important. We've been used to living at the top of an S development curve. We've been optimizing systems and concepts that have been around for decades and centuries, and we suddenly need to get to the bottom of that development curve. So we did need to improve our communication. We got some new languages, but then we also needed to improve our logical thinking. We needed to look at our creative problem solving, and we needed to introduce better technical leadership. So it was about a requirement or a change in the shifts in our fundamental knowledge, our commodity knowledge, but also our technical skills. So how did we do that? I think earlier on, Philippa mentioned the challenge in actually moving people from ICE into batteries, and that was part of it. So our approach has been to transition our organisation, but also our culture. And that's been a journey that's kept going over the last 6 years, and it's going to carry on going. So what we did was we took a number of disparate groups that were all commodity and task focused, and we converted them into actually discipline-based And in the end, it's become what we're calling a chapter. So we took all of those different analysts and we grouped them together. We grouped our MVH engineers together, our systems CAE, our thermal fluids and our durability analysts all together. And that allowed them then to start thinking and being developed in those fundamental disciplines. The next thing we did was we introduced a technical structure. So this provides the technical leaderships. We are technical specialists. They were very much having skills not only in the CAE background, but also in problem solving, looking at these new technologies, understanding how they're failing, very quickly understanding what's the models that we need to create, and then providing that technical leadership and support to the rest of the chapter. Next, we wanted to move along that commodity knowledge axis. So what you'll see is that we've started breaking out some of those chapters, and you can see we've got linked chapters there. So durability, for example, we've split that out into rotating machines, we've split it into energy storage and powertrain systems, and that's now starting to develop that commodity knowledge, but they're linked, so they've still got all of the shared learning around durability, and we also are able to move people around inside those chapters. Having got a fairly stable organisation by this point, we can start bringing in new knowledge and new skills. We've got an enabling chapter which is purely there just to incubate and bring in new capability, and you can already see that we're now bringing in an electromagnetics chapter into this structure. And the final part of this journey is just starting to stabilise this whole organisation and start to bring in things like model build and best practices across that. So key to what we've been doing has been developing this scalable, skills-based organisation that continues, evolves and adapts. And it's never going to stay the same because we're in a world where we need to continually evolve, adapt as we're moving up that development curve. So that's very much about what we did. I'm just going to wrap onto how we did it. So in terms of knowledge, we had a number of resources available to us. So right at the bottom, we've sent people on the level 7 apprenticeship. We've also had some internal electrification fundamental courses run within Powertrain, 1 and 2 weeks. We've created our own bespoke courses and even brought in externals on that. We've got community sessions, so across the whole chapter, once a month, there's sessions where they're training each other, sharing best practices, and then right at the top, the chapter's core role is to be developing those skills. So they're developing skills and personal development plans. So that's knowledge. But in terms of skills, skills are gained very much on the programme, applying that knowledge. So what we've come up with is effectively we've split our organisation into having 3 swim lanes. And within those swim lanes, we've got the analysis, we've got the technical specialist, and we've got the product owners or project management. And what you'll find in those swim lanes is there's some common skills, so you can go and gain experience in any one of those swim lanes on those common skills. But when we need to develop specialist skills, we can move people from swim lane to swim lane. So we've got multiple sources of learning, but we're tailoring them to individuals by using these 3 learning swim lanes. So I'm going to wrap up, but I've got one more thing just to mention, that's recruitment. So we have been growing our chapter, we have been recruiting, but recruiting is really, really hard. And in fact, we've had to go global. So we now have people from over 19 different countries in our chapter, which is great because it gives us a good, diverse set of views, and particularly good when you're trying to problem solve. So just to wrap up then, we have had to change in order to support the demands going forward in developing XHEV and BEV powertrains. Key to this has been our scalable organisation. The chapters are where people are getting those skills. We've also introduced this technical specialism part of it, which is very much about knocking down those questions early, problem solving and technical leadership. And then knowledge is provided through these internal sources, but actually it's the swim lanes that help us then turn that or those into skills. So thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the ERS Hub section, and as we're very short on time here, we'll not be able to do questions, but thank you to Stephen, thank you to Deepak and the panellists. If there is any questions, please come and join us, and I'll stand just outside. Thank you very much.
We go uptown if I think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go uptown if I think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go na 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 na. We go na 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 na. We go uptown left, right. Think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go uptown left, right. Think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go na 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 na. We go uptown if I think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go uptown if I think I need you by my side. 365, 65. We go na 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 na. We go na 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 na. We go.
Nobody's scared. Nobody's scared. We're going home tonight. We're all alone tonight. Chill to the bone, feel alive. We're going home, hope you don't see me. We're all alone, tiptoe down these streets. Chill to the bone, but we're fine. Nobody's scared. Nobody's scared. Feel our heart when we let go. Beating fast from the get-go. Feel our heart when we let go. Beating fast from the get-go. Feel our heart when we let go. Beating fast from the get-go. Nobody's scared. Feel our heart when we let go. Beating fast from the get-go. Nobody's scared. Feel our heart when we let go. Red coat falling down. Beating fast from the get-go. Nobody's scared. Feel our heart when we let go. Red coat falling down. Nobody's scared.
Thank you all very much for joining us this afternoon. I sampled all 4 of the types of cakes out there. They were all delicious. So if they're still there after this session, then do have a go. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Today we're talking, well, this afternoon we're talking about the future manufacturing workforce. We've had an apology, so the stated person who's going to be joining us second isn't available, so we are going to change things up slightly and bring back some of the previous guests and have a little bit of a panel discussion. The discussion will focus on digitalization, digital skills, things like that. I think it should be quite an interesting discussion, pertinent discussion. Some of the conversations being had earlier today around that, I think it will be very interesting. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce, well, to the stage, she's already on the stage, but introduce Linda, who is going to give us a sort of brief introduction to her world. So here's the clicker. I can do it for you if you like, or you, yeah, that one there.
Right button.
Yeah, the right button. Yeah.
So I'm in charge of a digital centre and I have to focus on what button I press. Right.
That's me.
That's Ben, by the way, in case you haven't met Ben. Right, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background to myself first before I do the talk. So literally, my background is industrial engineering and predominantly working with manufacturing sector. And the work I look at is all really about how do we make change, how do we make manufacturing more productive, but more importantly, how do we get it to work right? So you remember from my PhD days, and it was a while ago, I will confess, that when we did the research, we were looking at manufacturing of large kind of metal components at the time. And when we went to the companies, they said, we're going to automate this facility. I mean, am I too quiet, too low? Yeah. Right, sorry, I'm a very quiet speaker, really. So they said, we're going to automate these facilities. And then we're going to ask our workforce, what would they like? Which makes sense, because they're the people on the shop floor doing the work. And often you'll know people see things on the shop floor that are not necessarily in the process plan or anything. So they asked all their advice, they then chose to ignore them. They then put in a flexible manufacturing system, which is like an automated system at the time. And you know what? Funnily enough, it didn't work. What a surprise. And it wasn't they did anything wrong, but you didn't have the engagement and the buy-in. So the work I'm going to talk today comes from that kind of background where I realise how important people are. If you want to get things to work well, you have to work with people, not against them. So the work I'll discuss today is from our Centre for People-Led Digitalisation. So I lead a centre in that domain, and it is part of the Made Smarter, I'm not used to that, I'm to look back, Made Smarter Innovation Fund. And when the fund came out, one thing that they asked for a number of things. Ones were very industry focused. Then they also said we would like a number of research centres. So they thought we need some academic work in this area as well. And unlike many calls that come out, often they're really focused on technical only and only about give me a robot or give me some machine learning or whatever. You know, these are, I'm not saying they're not hard, but they're not as hard as people, let me tell you. So they said we want to look at the societal aspects as well. But what they mandated was a very small proportion had to be societal. So when it came out, and a number of us were discussing, I said, look, all my experience from working with manufacturing, doing change, people are actually a major element in this. They're not just an add-on, they're actually really quite critical to success. So we actually said, right, we've got to do this properly, and actually we're going to make this up front and centre that people are the key element. And to do that, what we're saying is, we look at how it's actually built up and how people will engage in any change that happens from a digitalisation perspective. But then you need a team that actually understands people. So I'm a manufacturing person, I'm a manufacturing systems, I'm manufacturing optimization. I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a sociologist, I'm not a management scholar. So actually you need that whole mix in the bag. You need engineers, you need people that do robotics, you need psychology, you need management, you need human science, everything, human factors, a whole lot needs to come in together to assist it. So what we did is we actually created a transdisciplinary team. And I would say in that team, though we're actually an engineering faculty and it's run from engineering, the majority of our researchers, I would say, are in the management sciences side or the social science side, with an understanding of engineering though. So they're not theoretical, they're applied management scholars. So that's how we came about getting it. And actually to do that, we co-created with industry. And these are just some of our industrial partners. Because it's great talking about, oh yes, we're going to do digitalisation or we're going to look at how might we do it well. You need industry buy-in. Otherwise, it's a bit like tech. You do the best tech in the world and no one's buying it, so what? It's no good then. So I thought I'd explain what we mean by people-led digitalisation. I'll give you a second to read it first. So this is quite critical because all the reports you will read will say digitalisation is going to revolutionise everything. It's going to make your work better. If you're the individual and that digitalisation is taking the one bit of the job that you love, it is not making your work better, is it? It's actually making you quite frustrated and disappointed, to be honest. So what we actually said is what you really need to do is up front and centre, put people at the core of your decision making. That doesn't mean you don't make hard decisions at some point down the line, but actually, where possible, what you want to do is that right up front and centre you consider people. Because you consider what impact you're about to do will have on their workplace. Now, that may sound not possible, but actually it's really possible. So if I look at one example we've done in the past, not through this project, but before, all we want to do is, you do AMC testing for electronic devices. Went to this factory, 6-week lead time was horrendous, to be honest, 6-week lead time. And you go in and look till nothing was moving, because it's not like a proper manufacturing plant where it was moving, it's a different type of manufacturing. So we looked at this, and actually what we really wanted this down to is a lead time of 1 week, and if possible, a day. That was our target, right? There was one group in the company that actually took us 18 months to get buy-in. But when we got buy-in, these people didn't believe this would ever happen. They literally barcoded when they started the job, barcoded when they finished, scanned everything, did everything. They weren't really bothered, but you had to spend that time to say to them, what would they like from the system? What would benefit them? What would help them? And we went down to this company could say, we promise to give you a report within a week. If not, we'll give you your money back. We will not charge you. They could do it in a day. So we're very safe saying it was a week because they could do it in a day, but all because it was using a simple digital form. That's all it took in the scanning. But that took 18 months of working with people to understand how does it impact their job, how will we get their engagement. So this bit being in front and centre doesn't mean things don't change, but actually you want to bring the people with you and you want to bring your workforce with you. So that's the focus of what we look at people-led digitalisation. So not only that, do we have to think about who we're applying our research to, but actually how do we manage our actual academic team? So I don't know if any of you from academia here, if you could stick your hands up, any of you academics? There's a few of you, right. So I'm going to ask the gentleman there with the rucksack on, what department are you in? Chemistry, right. So in chemistry, if you had, well, probably not chemistry, you probably allowed it. Anyone else is in academia, it's not in chemistry. Because you're allowed lots of authors on your papers, aren't you? Yeah. So on one of the few, I'll do it, you just spoiled it now because you're a chemist. What's the world coming to? Well, chemistry. When you look at this kind of work, what we had to do is say, we have researchers say that are from economics, and they want to become an academic. Now, they want to become an academic. If you're in engineering, and I have 100 authors on my paper, no one cares. You know, if you're splitting atoms or you're doing something amazing, we don't care how many authors are on the paper. If you're an economist trying to get your way in the world, your first couple of papers, one, have to be in the right journal, and two, you can't have too many authors on your paper, because actually you lose credibility in that domain, in that discipline. So when we've been looking at this, when we're looking at a research workforce, we have to think about what's people-led then as well. So we're doing this research, we've had to think about what do they need to do to get their academic career? How do we then get them to actually work with other people? So I have a couple of the researchers in the room today. One is very technically minded, one is much more impact minded. The technical person, I know that this is more than what you actually do, but just imagine that you give them the tech, they're nice and happy. You tell them to understand what the people want, they go, whoa, don't know how to do that. But then they all work together, so they worked as a team to deliver the output, which was good. Everything end goal focus. So the end goal focus of the work we were given through MSI was, how do we improve the adoption of digitalisation? That was the end goal. Seemingly the UK was dire at it, we're not very good at it. How do we make it better? How do we improve what we're doing? We said you need people to do that. Open and transparent management. Then obviously for that working together, so it's not just about who you apply your research to, how do you do it, avoiding silo working, you have to look at what everyone else is doing. So how did it actually work? So the problem with that, what I'm talking about now sounds really great maybe, or just pretend it is, okay? But there's nothing physical and tangible that I can give you. I can't give you a robot, I can't give you something in your hand that you can feel. And when you can give someone a product that they can feel and it's really tangible, they can move really quite quickly, they get what you're on about. So we had to do quite a lot of work. When I say we, Susan, the audience there is our industrial engagement lead. A lot of work about keeping our industry partners engaged. So we started off with the mighty mingle. We got researchers present what their ideas were, and they got industry feedback. So stick your hand up. Avoid this lady like the plague, right? She, in effect, made it like IKEA. So if any of you have been to IKEA, once you start that route, you cannot get out. So trust me, she's quite devious and quite well targeted. But we did that so our industry partners fed back, okay? On the next bit, we then said, okay, we've done that. Now actually we're going to present our work, and the industries are really going to feed back about what they want from it, and then say, who do we want to work with, and try your ideas out in our departments, in our industries, in our whatever government departments, whatever it is. We then, in December 2024, took the work we'd done looking at people-led digitalisation tools and techniques and processes, and it was our industry partners now presenting what they'd done with their outputs and how they'd used them to help the digitalisation journey. So you'd really have to be quite targeted when you're doing a people-led work, because you don't have this physical, always tangible product. You have to keep that engagement going to actually deliver, to get the skills and the workforce and the things changing. And then now we're obviously trying for an impact acceleration, which I should have changed because they didn't fund us. So we didn't get that, but I've got other money, so I'm not worried. I've got a net zero budget, so that's okay. So some example outputs. So when I say we're looking at people front and centre, all of this is about understanding what do we need to do to help the workforce come with us and want to actually adopt digitalisation where it's appropriate. It's also important to say, don't do this, it's not appropriate, this is a waste of money, this is not going to add value. You've got to be quite honest where it does work and where it doesn't work. So some examples we have. So if I look at this one, we've done a lot of work on skills classifications and understanding what skills the industry is asking for and advertising for, and what skills really government should focus on in terms of training. So when we looked at this analysis, now this is only for a specific subsector. I'm going to double check with Sue, it was the energy sector, but was it oil and gas? Oil and gas. So it was the oil and gas sector, and that was from the point of view, if you think about the oil and gas sector now, we are moving to energy, and we're doing less on what would be seen as oil and gas, and moving to a green industrial future. So if we're going to move to this green industrial future, we need to ensure that there's members of staff in the workforce in the oil and gas sector are capable and willing and want to move to new ways of working if required. So we looked at what was the digital skills capability, because everything we've been told was it's an aging workforce, they don't know anything, and they can't do this. Well, actually, that's not quite true, to be quite frank. But that was the kind of mindset. So we want to look at what that do. Now, they are an aging workforce, and there are still some challenges. But when we did the whole analysis, what we then looked at is, how do you classify a skill? What skills are being used? What's basic? What's intermediate? What's advanced? And how can you do it in a consistent manner? So if we look at the oil and gas sector, can we apply similar approaches to other sectors and see where the skills gap are? So from a UK perspective, we're comparing like with like from a same kind of balancing way of analysing the skill set. So it was thousands of job adverts over 11 years, probably millions of job adverts over 11 years that were looked at. They would then use a particular ontology. We used like cast data set. So we looked at all the jobs advertised, we looked at them per sector, and we looked at the skills they were requesting in the job adverts. You put them into basic skills, advanced skills, which would be like kind of new tech, and advanced skill with programming, and then intermediate in the middle. And all our analytics showed us that actually, and that's quite important, contrary to existing support, intermediate should be the focus here. Your advanced skill people will move to a certain extent. Your basic skills, they know it. You know, they can do the basics. We don't have to keep drumming basic skills into them. That actually, we need to look at the increasing demand for intermediate skills. And we've got a policy paper on that describing, and there's a whole journal as well, listing all the real details and analytics and all the data sets that we analyse for that. I think it's under economics letters, isn't it? It's in, and that's now public domain. The other thing we looked at as well is how do we look at the unintended consequences of digitalisation. And one of the things we have to look at, how do you actually discuss things such as dignity? Now, if I say dignity to you, do you know what I mean? So I'm about, and I give this story, and I know it bores everyone. So I'm going to the States on Friday, and I will get to border control in the States. It really hacks me off every time. Now you can see, would you say my hands are ever going to go flat at any level? They're not going to go flat, are they? This hand is decrepit, it's not going to go flat. Every time I get there, because of their systems and because they take a digital image, well, ma'am, please just try and put that hand flat. I think that hand's not going flat. They make me try it, it fails. They make me try it again, it fails. Then they say, try your left hand, then I sometimes have to go to secondary assessment. At some point, where's my dignity in this? They've not thought about the system. And you get similar things with imaging and various things. So a researcher at Nottingham, Dr. Karen Lancaster, she's a psychologist, philosopher, right? She's a philosopher, sorry, you can tell Sue's here to make sure I get it right. She's from a philosopher, right? And she's done a whole lot of work on dignity. So then what she created is dignity cards. Because actually, if you go into an industry, and actually if you come into a university, you say the word dignity and everyone starts looking at the floor. They don't know what to say, they don't know how to have that discussion. This is a way of gamification of using cards to make you think about things that might go wrong with your system. You know, is it going to say you're overweight, you're smiling wrong, you're the wrong colour, you've got horrible hands, you're arthritic, you're disabled, I can't assess you, all these things. When you digitalise system, you've got to think about that. So this is the kind of thing that brings a discussion. I would say 40% of attendees, they found it was useful, but probably it's a much more challenging topic. But what they all said, it was great to actually be able to have the discussion because of the cards, whereas before it's very difficult to have that kind of discussion. So these are some of the outputs we have there. The other one we had is we know in manufacturing, a lot of companies put on manufacturing execution systems, you know, how do you make manufacturing better, etc., and how can you see when things are going wrong. And we want to understand how the workforce were using these systems and were they really utilising them effectively. And the data sets kind of showed, well, actually, they weren't getting the best value out of it, and this is quite important. And I think Raphael, if any of you spoke to him today, will be giving you a description of choosing the right kind of software that's appropriate at the right kind of price level for what you need. The same thing is here. If you're paying money for this kind of system, let's get the maximum out of it. But actually, was the blocker the users or was the blocker the system or what was going wrong? So we did some analytics on that as well. So we have some guidance on how to do that. The other bit I think that's really quite important is all the data and everything and the evidence is showing you right back for the last 10 years or longer, to be honest, the Royal Academy of Engineering has been saying we will not have enough engineers to keep us going. So then why are we not engaging the whole workforce? So we've done some work looking at neurodivergent individuals in the workforce. So how can we actually use digital to help people thrive in the workforce regardless of their start point, regardless of their characteristics? How do we make them thrive? Because we might be very good at doing, oh, it is good practice. We made a really good ED&I advert. And then they come in and it all just goes pear-shaped because there's no support, it's not done properly, etc. So we looked at that. And we've got some real kind of workforce skills gaps, but there also were techniques that we've introduced that says, how could you overcome this? And we have 2 PhDs looking at that in particular. We've done a lot of work with the water sector in that area. And they, again, have a challenge getting the workforce involved. Now, I'll give you some further examples that we've looked at. So when we're looking at people-led digitalisation, it sounds great, but actually, in our view, and our end goal is always to have usable tools to ensure we do the right thing by the workforce and the company. Bottom line, the company still has to survive. It doesn't matter what you say there, they've got to survive. So metrics for success. Is there a way you could get some kind of automatic, what should you look at and why should you look at and what people aspects should you look at? We're all very good at saying, did it do it 5 minutes quicker? Yes, it did. That's technical, you can measure it, the robot was quicker, right? Actually, how's your attrition rate going down in your staff? Are people now not coming into work as much, or is something else happening? These are the kind of triggers you also want to be aware of in part of your whole package, your whole system of digitalisation. If you want to see about augmented reality, Raphael, if you stick your hand up, it's in the audience. It's an interactive guide on how to actually pick appropriate augmented reality tools. Don't overspec them, don't underspec them. And he's got an online app. Have you got that with you today? He's got an app that you can look at if you wish to discuss that with him. Legitimacy cards, that's been evaluated with Rolls-Royce nuclear subs at the moment. And what they've done is actually, is it legitimate for what you're doing on the kind of digitalisation you're proposing? Will it do as you say, and what will the real impact be on your workforce? And they presented at our event in December and effectively said, not only will we use that for our digital projects, we will use it for any new projects we're bringing forward. They want to try and roll it out and use it to do the right thing and realise the unintended consequences of some of their proposals. So all of this is all about people-led, looking at how do we do this. The other thing is the people-led metrics for success. They've not got metrics up there, but using the pairwise comparison as well is quite important. Say, so imagine you're in the HR department, you might think one thing, I'm on the shop floor, I think something else. You're the finance manager where you're just twitching at every level here because you're spending money. You then all start getting a little bit twitchy. You want to know these metrics for success and realise where there might be tension in your company. So different stakeholders will have different viewpoints of what they think is success. So it's not necessarily that you change again what you're doing, but you need to be aware of any tensions or actually things that are going to really align well together to help you be successful. And these are practical tools that we offer to industry. And then, of course, we're going to take over the world, right? People-led, I think, is key. So we've just been funded to look at people-led net zero. And we have that started 1st of February. And the tools we created on the people-led digitalisation work, we're obviously adjusting a little bit, but applying them into net zero. Systems approaches to net zero. And I think that is me, if I recall. Yeah, contact us anytime. So, there we are. That's it.
Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Don't sit down.
Don't sit down.
Before we come on to our panel, I thought I'd open up to any questions. I mean, personally, I found that fascinating. I've listened to quite a lot of talks today, and that's the one that's actually opened my eyes up by far the most. So thank you. But yeah, any questions from the audience around that, and then we'll move into our next bit. One over the back over here.
No, not Sib.
Hi there. Fascinating talk. So, it's working. I come from an academic chemistry background, but I'm working in a social science department at the moment in and around this area.
You're making me feel bad about teasing chemistry now, aren't you? Yes.
It's absolutely fine. They're a funny bunch. I'm working on a Horizon Europe project at the moment where we're looking at introduction of emerging digital technologies in a variety of manufacturing SMEs, small SMEs, also large OEMs as well, or specific SMEs. Some of the stories are just repeats of what you said. How do organisations, what I feel like is common sense, asking people on the shop floor, how is this going to affect you? How is this going to benefit you? What do you want from the solution? There's countless examples in this project of Italian SMEs that are all handcrafted, wooden pipes that have got some guru in. The people have turned up for work next day and it's called iPad Day. They've got these whole new processes without telling any of the people on the shop floor, and it's just been a disaster. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. So this is something we discussed actually, and I think the handcrafted is quite a different ball game as well. So it's all about value. So my background, though I say industrial manufacturing, is still about value. So to me, and it depends on the context, I'm going to be quite careful about how I say this, there are things that actually you would never digitalize. Because actually there is a different value model in that, and it is about your business model and your value. So from that point of view, it depends. If the production is going up and they have to do something, it's a different thing. But it's also about that time. So that company I said about the 18 months, and this is just one subset of the company. The rest was actually much easier, if I'm being honest. But I'm not a patient person, I have to be honest. Right? It's not one of my strong points. But we had 2 people full-time in that company as well, working, as well as the academic teams and everything. It's actually really understanding, because if you ask someone what they want and what they need, they don't always necessarily know what they want. So if I go to a customer and say, what do you want? They might say, I want to go 5 times faster, but it might not be what they need, and they might not realise what they want until they get it. So I think it's that basically circularity in terms of going round and round and round, but you have to get that buy-in. So we spent, a lot of the work we've done is linked to a change management process. And we do that deliberately because actually you do have to do that iteration. And it's nothing, so what you're describing there is no different from what I've seen in the manufacturing companies I've gone to, where it just doesn't work because you just hack them off. And you've hacked them off because you've asked their opinion of what they want, and you've actually just not listened, you've just ignored them. And then you've lost all trust at that point. And then the more negative bit of that is, it's a bit like if you do a simulation or anything, if you spent 2 years building that up, it's now going to take you 5 years to fix it. Because the trust isn't there, so it's going to take you longer to get the trust back because, well, you said that last time, you didn't listen, so I don't believe you, and then round you go. So I think some of it is about that, spending that time, and that is really easier said than done. So when I was being flippant about tech is really hard, but people, you have all different balances and personalities and dynamics. So I recall on the shop floor, I was going to say guys, because in general it used to be guys most of the time. They have that little book in their drawer. That book was power. They're not giving that book up because that's what they perceive to be their only power. So I think it's getting that bit that you get that confidence and the trust. Trust is critical to success.
There's another question in the red shawl over there.
Thanks. Yeah, it might be quite an obvious or basic question, but I was wondering if you've got any examples of where firms have been incentivized to pick up that people-led model and how that benefits them as a company.
So, I mean, we did have an industrial showcase event. And I think Rolls-Royce, and it's unusual because I tended to stick with the SMEs a lot more because often actually getting into large companies is hard work because you're changing a juggernaut, they've got a whole lot of processes. I think their incentivization there was not necessarily, I mean, the bottom line will still come into it, right? Because if you do it right, you save money, you get it, the bottom line will eventually come into it. But I think what they saw is the real value in being incentivized was actually so they could minimize getting it wrong. Doesn't mean things won't go wrong, but what they saw was that good engagement and actually a way of actually engaging people and getting different insights in a less formal way than sending out a blinking survey that you're all surveyed out probably, aren't you? So you get surveys, you get various things, and like the gentleman said at the back there, you maybe ask them what they want, but what they say they want and your interpretation of what they want might not align. So that incentivization from that point of view has worked. And I think in reality, bottom line will still be there. They're a business. But if they can do that and take everything with there and still improve their bottom line and improve their carbon and keep the workforce happy, it's like tick, tick, tick at that point. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a question right behind the... Yeah.
Now I'm nervous.
Only nice ones, obviously. It's always speaking to that point and what you were just saying as well is this has been a lot about the adoption of digital, which was obviously the project's focus. How do you think we can move that on to the designers of the digital systems to design them with people in mind from the outset? When you're dealing with software, ultimately, and developers, they often only think about the end user at the last point.
Yeah. I'm reviewing some stuff just now that leads to that. Though it is about adoption, I don't think we've been that hard in our line. So some of the stuff we have done in the work, and it was one of the case studies was with MFX and Loughborough leading that bit of work, it was about designing the process and the systems. So though it's about adoption, to get adoption, you still have to design it right. So it isn't, the way we looked at adoption is getting it right as well for the user. So we've not differentiated between whether you're at pre-genesis stage or concept design through to actually adopt it. I think it's harder to actually get something that is there to be adopted unless the users are part of the selection process. So yeah, we've not really differentiated, to be honest.
Are there any other questions? One other question over here.
I was just wondering if you could share any examples of the interesting metrics or measures people came up with, because I work in the innovation team for a large company, and I always remember General Electric had some great measures they liked in their innovation team, like how long did it take before we canned a project? Like that means we saved money if it was a failure, quickly, things like that.
So so when I talk about the metrics of success, we had a number of people looking at that. And we did it obviously initially from an academic standpoint. And it was something like 90 metrics that came out. The standard return on investment, how long they do, productivity increases, which are a bit harder to do, yield, all that kind of, especially because it's manufacturing this is based in. When we looked at the people-led one, there were less of them. I think we got down to about 40. And some of that would be, and actually what was fascinating, for but it's not a big enough sample size to be, I'm just going to cover my bases here, to be significant. Manufacturing companies, and we looked at agriculture, we looked at finance, we looked at various types of sectors. Manufacturing actually looked at ED&I. They were the only lot of all the companies we looked at, or sectors, sorry, that actually mentioned having ED&I at board level and actually in their processes, which was really quite fascinating and interesting, to be honest. So it's things like about ED&I, about workforce engagement. You do the general, there is like a satisfaction metric that you can use for people. Again, it'd be a bit more social science in terms of how you do that analysis, and it can be subjective. So that's the kind of thing they looked at. And then what we then did is we found the academic bit. We then went to a workshop with the change management people, got their feedback, and now we're in the process of doing a wider analytics based on that, because we missed some things. Or we said, actually, would you really care about this? Because some of the stuff that was done with people was about salaries, and there are slight different nuances about where you do that mix. But yeah, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Is that it for questions? I've got one final one, which is you talked about people-led net zero next. How can we get involved in that?
Right, so
when it starts, are you going to tell us?
Started the 1st of February, so it's just started. We got official letters a week after it started. Yeah, you know what it's like. But on that one, what we have is we're looking at systems approaches to net zero. And the reason it is coming important is when you look at some of these system modelling and approaches, they are similar to digitalisation in a way. How do you get uptake? So we have test cases involved, and there will be, I would expect, now, we're discussing it this morning actually, we expect probably by the end of this year is our target date. This is not written in blood, okay? To have our first event on showing what we're up to and what we're doing. But we have 4 test cases, and what we're using in that one is test cases to evaluate the models, then eventually start rolling out our approaches to wider sector and wider industry, including manufacturing. So we'll be doing 2 with our local council and 1 with lab-grown meat. So we have an nascent technology, we have an end-of-life kind of technology, and we have in-use local councils on transportation and buildings. So that's how you get involved.
Thank you. If you'd like to take a seat, I will then ask. So first of all, actually, well, maybe you all come up at the same time. So if Spencer, Paul and Trevor could all come up onto the stage, please. I'm going to ask you each to introduce yourselves, and then I've got questions which are broadly, I mean, you can take this question however you like, but broadly speaking, the question is, in each, so first of all, introduce yourself, and then in your organisations, the importance of taking people with you on your digitisation or whatever it is journey, and then secondly, techniques you've used and methods you've used. So Spencer, can I start with you, please?
Yeah. Hi, Spencer Salter. I'm currently Research Director at JLR, but for this, I'll refer to an earlier position I had where I ran a department called the Virtual Hub, which was about effectively digitalising the way we engineer vehicles, effectively use a calculator more before a prototype. But it was called virtual at the time, because that's what the word was in those days. But when you look at virtual, it just means only, it's an approximate thing. But an equation in engineering is an actual thing. It's based on the numbers that you put in, and it gives you a digital answer. So we moved it towards digital, and everyone's talking about digital twin. JLR's on that journey to do digital twin, but actually I would advocate why do you need to twin anything? It's sort of digital only, because as soon as you say digital twin, it means that you've made a prototype, and it says your program's 4 years long to do that. So if you keep it digital as long as you can go a lot faster, and then only make a prototype when you actually have to get people in the car. So the hardest thing to digitalise is the human. It's
We're unpredictable.
It's like, how do you program, computer models to say that somebody will like the performance of that, whether it's PED, tip in, tip out performance and that sort of stuff, or, for vehicle dynamics, the ride comfort. It's a difficult thing because everybody is different. But yeah, I think ultimately as well, you need a pace setter. So we sort of largely failed at that time when I was trying to do it. This was 2012, because I was going faster than the business could accept. So then you need to go at the pace that you have enough people looking at you and sort of following you. And we was off into the distance, and then we lost everyone. So it took a few years to pick it up, and Steve's in that space now. So, but yeah, there we go.
Paul, next.
Brilliant. I'm Paul Robson. I'm a technical specialist at an EV charging company in Birmingham called Petalite. We've got a next generation EV charging system that we're going for commercial launch at the end of this year. It's a university spin-off from Aston University. We're going from start-up to scale-up in the Series A funding stage at the moment. Very much in the last year, we've gone from some extremely talented academics generating lots of ideas. 7 UK research grants have got us where we are now. But now we're recruiting people like myself who've got product development experience. So we're having to transition the company from benchtop demonstrators and being able to charge a vehicle just coming into our as a workshop in offices. And now we have to go from scratch and develop all these systems. In the time I've been there, it's been a full traceability document management system. We need to be able to access all the standards digitally, all the IP, our own IP, other people's IP, understanding a huge amount of information there. You sort of touched on manufacturing execution systems. In which one do we choose? What requirements management package are we going to have? Are we going to go down the digital twin route? And it's trying to take everybody on this journey. What I've found in the past is that, and we've actually, everyone's I've got to buy into this. I've been at companies in the past where there've been mergers, and I've been working at a consultancy, and all of a sudden we've been bought by a tier one, and we've been told to use their systems. And the problem's been, it just hasn't allowed us to be able to engineer flexibly. We spent all our time just sort of playing catch up with the system, and the things that made us a success are no longer as easy anymore. So, it's so important. One of the things I often find with a lot of these digital software packages and things is there's always a race for functionality. When people come and try to sell you a manufacturing execution system or requirements management package, they've tried to cram in so many features, and they're just kind of say, oh, look at all this functionality, and our competition can only do so much. But actually trying to tailor it to an organisation for all these different things, and to make it actually be a help rather than a hindrance is a real challenge. And a lot of the time, you know what it's like with engineering. Innovating is so time consuming, and just when you're up against it with deadlines and you've got a finite money, finite time, and then suddenly somebody tells you to embrace this, and it's very much important to for everyone to be patient with everybody else, really. And I think we also were touching on KPIs and things, and all the metrics, and how different metrics mean different things to different people within an organisation. And people, especially with neurodiversity, can find it very stressful. They're trying to please on every level, and it becomes completely impossible to be at the top of every metric that's now available. So, we've just got to take everyone on the journey with us, really, and make sure that it has a severe impact on people's mental welfare. Just trying to often, in these short-staffed organisations, trying to meet every target.
Trevor, I'll ask you in a moment as one there, but just the two of you. So obviously you come from an organisation that's 100 years old or whatever, and you're bringing in, whereas you're one that has just sprung up in the last couple of years, and so you're not sort of retrofitting, you're developing new. And I'm wondering if there's any comments about the differences you're facing there with your staff. I don't know if either of you want to comment on that.
Yeah, JLR's a legacy OEM. It designed cars by driving cars, effectively, and the whole world digital is about not doing that. And the people that are generally gone up the tree, if you like, in positions of power are used to having to drive cars, and it's like, well, you can't do that anymore because we've got this virtual thing that you can go and drive on a simulator. And then there's the transition from driving physical cars to the simulator. They are different. So there's that transition to go in. But yeah, it's a journey for people more so. You know, it literally is. I'll say the digital human is going to be the hardest thing to do. And then there's tyres, which is just a cake mix of rubber and metal and stuff. They're really difficult.
And I'm not joining JLR now if I cannot drive a car. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's, I mean, we've actually just had to put in extra, like I mentioned the last session I was talking about, there's these lunch and learn sessions, and it's often just, how does this work? How are you using it? I mean, it's, there's so much information for us to keep in our minds at the moment. And the other thing is, it's just in building up trust and confidence takes a long, long time. People just still want to check everything themselves by hand, really, because so much of this stuff is safety critical. And you know, and I'm involved in reviewing standards and capturing standards and cascading them down into, you know, from business requirements, there's system requirements, component requirements, all the way through to verification testing and things. And I'm still just want to see every line and just be able to follow every link. And often it's not very clear in some of these packages where they're trying to help you if the links have been created correctly, and if, you know, we all want to be able to dig down and, you know, it's that building up trust, really.
Thank you. And then, Trevor, just a brief introduction and some of your thoughts.
My name's Trevor Bradley. I work for E.ON. I'm a technical and training development specialist helping E.ON to move into the net zero with renewable technology. All about digitalisation. I'm a bit of an old dinosaur, really. It fetched me out of retirement to sort of bring them into the 21st century with renewable. I work with the digital team. We actually do a lot of e-learning. We've got specialist cameras like these fisheye cameras where if you've got intricate tasks, we can actually physically do that, and it's recorded so that the learners can actually rewind and just check what the intricate tasks are. Instead of a lot of people standing over you looking what's been happening, they can actually see what's doing, you know, and you see your hand movements, etc., whether it's electrical or mechanical, and this is the way forward.
So sort of the joining together of the two.
Yeah. It's the way forward, because, you know, when it's all e-learning, it's online. We do podcasts as well so that they can get this information prior to them upskilling.
Yeah, okay, fascinating. We've probably got a minute or so left, if that. So if there are any questions, I'm very keen for them. Yes, go.
I'm going to be awful. I am going to ask a question. Right, so I'm really quite... Sorry, Trevor, I'm going to pick on you. Right, I'm really interested on... So one of the things I find challenging is that, and I shouldn't admit this, I realise, is when everything's online, I sometimes find it, can I just go to class? Can someone just tell me? How have you got that engagement? What did you do to get people in? Because it is, you know, a lot of places now say, oh, it's on the web or it's online, and you just go, oh, really? How do you get that engagement? I'm being very unpolitically correct here, aren't I? But how do you get that engagement?
A bit crafty, really. You know, everybody can deliver slides from a slide pack, and everybody can read off the slides. I don't put any text on there. I just put information on the board, you know, drawings or technical data, and I'm waiting for somebody to ask the question. Once they've asked the question, you've got them engaged, and then you can elaborate on that. So, you know, anybody can sit at the back of the room, read the class, oh, I know all about that. But at the end of the day, once you've got them asking questions, you've got them hooked, and then you can elaborate from that.
Okay, well, thank you all very much for joining us for this session, and I hope you found that interesting. I found it fascinating. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Do make sure you stay to the end. We've got a small drinks reception and some awards as well, so do stay for that. And yeah, thank you very much.
That's great. It's how you get them engaged. Yeah, it's how you get them engaged, isn't it? It's quite...
Yeah.
We have to be open to the idea, we have to promote the idea, make these people that dream of it to maybe think, nobody appreciates what glass making is. The only time you see glass is when it's in a window or a car door. See, glass making from scratch is actually quite an exciting process, and it's not particularly well advertised.
I'd like to be able to get the younger people, both male and female, from school age to have a
Right, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on diversifying industrial leadership. I'm really looking forward to this session. As Laura just said, I've got a job on my hands. But yeah, I'm joined by Jennifer, who's going to co-chair this session with me. So how to start? Well, diversity and leadership is proven to have measurable business benefits, aside from encouraging a more equitable society. And it also presents a great opportunity for to close the skills gap and a bunch of other problems and challenges that we have in the materials and manufacturing industry. And it also encourages new ways of thinking as we make that transition towards net zero. Through different programs that Innovate UK and others have supported over the last few years, there have been several different initiatives to encourage greater diversity in the workforce. So one area that was identified, clearly identified, is the lack of women at senior levels in the materials and manufacturing industry. So in this session, what we want to do is hear about some of the participants and some of the leaders in the industry who've participated or led some of those initiatives. But first, what I'll do is invite Jennifer up to talk about the UK Women in Manufacturing report, which I think clearly outlines some of the issues in this area. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Castañeda. I'm Principal Policy Analyst at the Institute for Manufacturing, and I'm part of the Women in Manufacturing initiative. Do we have the slides? Could we? Oh, yeah, excellent. Yeah. No? Is it? No. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's. Perfect, thank you. Where should I point? Yeah? Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I'm part of this initiative, the Women in Manufacturing initiative, which was established in 2022. We are a network of professionals that are passionate about gender equality. Our mission, as it says there, is to empower women and to create more inclusive cultures. And although our focus is on women, we believe that creating more inclusive environments is positive for everyone. I'm part of the steering committee and I'm chair of the Policy and Research Working Group. Last year we published this report. I have a couple of copies if you're interested. And in this report we included an annual review. So we are trying to track the progress in the participation and representation of women in manufacturing over years. So we did this last year, trying to see what is the status of the representation of women in manufacturing and how this evolved in the last year. But as we have been organizing different events and having different activities around the Women in Manufacturing initiative, many companies and trade associations approached us. And they were very interested in improving their diversity, trying to attract more diverse talent, but they didn't know where to start. So what we did also in this report was to present a framework, to include a framework. And this framework includes principles for companies, for trade associations, and for recommendations for a gender-responsive industrial strategy. So what we tried with this is to give companies and trade associations different opportunities, different alternatives of how they can start their journey. And this framework includes several best practices. We include 14 case studies in the framework, and the framework is also based on over 30 guiding documents. So there is a lot of information that went into this report, and there is also an annex that is available online. Okay, so just a couple of figures. As Christopher mentioned, why it is important to keep talking about this issue and why it is important to talk about women in leadership in manufacturing. As Christopher mentioned, there is a gap, there is a gender gap in leadership in manufacturing and overall in the economy. You can see that in terms of small and medium-sized enterprises, women-led companies represent only 10% of this of the manufacturing small and medium-sized enterprises. Those that are equally led by women and men are only 22%. And in comparison, those that are led entirely by men are 52% of this. When we look at larger companies, it's slightly better, but still there is a significant representation gap there. And just to conclude, this is an invite. This year we will have our national and annual Women in Manufacturing Conference in Coventry. It's going to be on the 23rd of October, and the focus of this conference is going to be inclusive leadership. So yeah, just to continue this conversation. Thank you, Christopher.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. I'm not going to spend much time, but what I would like to just introduce Amanda and Rachel up to the stage to talk about their project that was, I think, a unique collaboration between the arts and engineering. But yeah, I'll let them talk about it.
Hi everyone. We're here today just to talk about a project that we delivered nearly 18 months ago now, I think, which, as Chris said, was a collaboration between engineering and the arts. I should pick up. Here we go. There we go. So it's a collaboration really between the University of Sheffield, and we have very strong connections with the University of Sheffield. I'm from UAL, University of the Arts London. Rachel is from Arts and Humanities at the University of Sheffield. And it also involved other colleagues from University of the Arts London, so Polly Nash, who is in the room here. I'm just going to wave at you, Polly, who made a beautiful film, which we're going to be able to show you in a moment. Sylvia Grimaldi, who's in the School of Design at University of the Arts London, and we were really supported by Mina Jugovic, who was project managing this. So you can see that actually it was an all-woman team. So I'm trying to stay focused on the microphone. Our project involved working with three companies, Heidelberg Materials, Pilkington Glass, and Johnson Tiles. So we wanted to work with companies in different sectors across the foundation industries. The project emerged from our being involved in the Transforming Foundation Industries Network Plus. And we designed a tripartite model that we thought could help transform the culture of EDI in the foundation industry sector. Now, it was very experimental. It's coming from the arts. And it involved three different strands. So to talk about them very quickly, service design, and this is led by Dr. Sylvia Grimaldi, is a methodology you may or may not be familiar with, but it's really about co-creating, co-designing solutions and roadmaps to facilitate culture change. It's often used at the interface between service users and service providers. So you will find that in lots of museums, in the NHS, service design is something that is very much in the air at the moment. So we combined service design, which brought, if you like, the grassroots of those three organisations to come to it, brought them together to think about their experiences, their challenges. We're going to talk about this in a little bit more depth in a moment. We combined that with leadership equity coaching, which was led by my colleague Rachel, who's at the University of Sheffield, which was really about taking the roadmap, taking insights from the workforce and coaching leaders to empower them, to enable them to deliver the kind of change that the workforce had said that they would like to see. And Rachel, I'll let you talk a little bit more about that. The third strand was participatory film. This was the bit that I think everyone felt was the most high-risk dimension of the project, but it was so well received, and we will be able to show you the film. But the film was really about capturing voices in all of those conversations, creating a space where reflections on EDI in the foundation industry sector, could be discussed, some assumptions challenged. Okay, so I'll hand over to Rachel.
Thanks very much. Afternoon, everybody. So, the coaching element, which is the strand that I was involved in, clicker issues, here we go. Will you do the honours? Right, I'll carry on. So effectively, I work with the senior leaders who are also kind of board members. Great, we're going to try this in a minute. Supporting them on bespoke programmes for change, for their own learning and development. So rather than ED&I training being a kind of sort of generic bolt-on, instead I worked one-to-one to create with the leaders their own programme for learning. And that was about their internal capabilities, things they wanted to work on, leveraging their influence, setting themselves goals which were in alignment with their own business strategies and business objectives, and then also integrating these employee-led insights. So you have this model where your leaders are being supported through this process of change alongside a whole culture change piece with the employees, where they're given spaces for conversation, for thinking, for coming up and imagining solutions to some of the challenges that they're facing on the shop floor and throughout all various different job roles in the company. So it is about creating a more of a holistic model of change. It was a really powerful, should we keep just flipping through if we've got a minute? Yeah. A kind of powerful model for change. The service design workshops, if you come to the next slide, Amanda. Again, these happened as a bespoke learning and development package for each company. They were run in the companies over 3 or 4 hours. The leaders were not in the room. And that's really important. It was a space where employees could be genuinely heard. It was a listening experience. And then taking those insights and putting them in a really practical 3-year plan for change. And these roadmaps are kind of highly practical, really creative, and it's a way of employee voice influencing strategy. So the service design contributed to that roadmap. And then at the same time, the participatory filmmaking is about employees, again, telling their stories, working with the fantastic filmmaker on shaping a narrative about what it's like to be part of an underrepresented group in the workforce, what you notice about working in your place, what you would like to see different, and then using that as a learning asset for the businesses. And each business now has their own unique asset that they can use in whichever way that they like. And, Polly will tell you a little bit more about that if you want to grab her afterwards. But it's a fantastic way of creating a kind of baseline measurement of where you are as a company and then being able to return to that. We know some of our partners are using them for induction. Some of them are using them for prospective employees to show they're really serious about this. And EDI isn't just one of the things that happens over in HR, or it's something that's handled by someone else, but having leaders championing and sponsoring this work, they are driving the change in collaboration with the workforce. So you've got that workforce buy-in, where you can discover together the language that matters and means, that's meaningful for your organisation. So I'm getting evangelical now, but so shall I stop? Have we done it in 5 minutes? Or? Just about, okay. Yeah, there we go.
We're going to show the film now.
Oh, we're going to show the film. Okay, yeah, we've got a very short snippet, 2 minutes.
Yeah. So we've got a short snippet of the film, which we line up. Hopefully, if I click the clicker, you'll start it. Perfect. I gave Amanda and Rachel a very hard task of trying to summarise this project in 5 minutes, and then, we have clicker issues. But now enjoy the premiere of this.
We have to be open to the idea, we have to promote the idea, make these people that wouldn't dream of it to maybe think, I'm not resigned to an office job because I'm a woman. I could drive a forklift truck.
It's a heavy, hot, uncomfortable environment, and we need to encourage women to come and take a look around these facilities and these factories. Nobody appreciates what glassmaking is. The only time you see glass is when it's in a window or a car door. To see glassmaking from scratch is actually quite an exciting process, and it's not particularly well advertised.
I'd like to be able to get the younger people, both male and female, from school age to have a look round and see. Because I did that when I was 11. I walked round and to feel the heat off the line and see all the stuff moving.
Maybe going into schools, colleges, doing workshops, letting them know at that age that there is a job there, you can progress.
There's other females in the business that could probably go into the schools and give some talks about how good Pilkingtons is as a company. And
show more of what the day-to-day role is. A lot of my job is problem solving. Some of the best problem solvers in the world are women.
I think there could be more in terms of mentoring, promoting more of the female roles. I think there's been big improvements, and it's how we get it across to people that it's not just for males. Females can work in there.
I never thought this was a job for me, but I absolutely love it. I think you've just got to be open, honest. In any workplace, you build your own family, but I think even more so when it's potentially a dangerous workplace, that you build an even stronger family.
As a business or as an industry, we realise that there's a lot of benefit from having a diverse workforce.
I do feel that we are adapting, not just a company, but as an industry.
We've got a network of women, full of women where we celebrate achievements and we put opportunities out there and different awards. And Rome isn't built in a day. You've got to... People will mess up, and they will continue to mess up even when absolutely everyone's on the same page and is treated absolutely right. People will make mistakes. You've got to deal with it in the right way and appreciate people are trying to change.
Excellent. Okay. So there is a full version of that video available. So that was just an excerpt. So you know you can speak to Polly or Amanda or Rachel afterwards, or me. I've got access to that. But now what we're going to do is have a bit of panel discussion, and I can invite Laura to talk a little bit about her experience. So, Laura, you were involved in the Women's Leadership Programme, and a mentoring programme as well. Maybe you could just introduce yourself to our wonderful colleagues in the audience, and tell us a little bit about your experience. Well, one job.
Okay. Oh, now I'm going to trip you up. So I'm Laura Baker. I've worked in the steel industry my entire career, so about 25 years now. I'm a senior leader in Tata Steel, but one of very few women, as you might expect, in that industry. So I was very fortunate to be sponsored by Innovate UK, along with some other women who are in the audience today, to partake in some training, coaching is probably a better word actually, for women in leadership in the manufacturing sector. And I'd say I was very fortunate because it really was a very different program to the kind of leadership programs that many of us will have had in the past. Because it was focused on women and how to be a leader as a woman, it very much built on the strengths which women tend to have in more of abundance than maybe our male colleagues, generalising, of course. So it was really a very different experience to be in a group of around 200, 300 women who were being coached to really bring out the best of themselves and not try and fit into a mould which maybe some of us have been trying to squeeze ourselves into for a long time, which is the traditional manufacturing leadership role. So for me personally, it absolutely boosted my confidence massively. I was pretty confident before, so I'm not sure Tata Steel are particularly happy with that, but massively boosted my confidence and gave me the confidence to be my true, authentic self, which maybe we don't always do in business. So a huge benefit to me personally, but also met some amazing women. Again, there's a few in the audience here, and we've created a fantastic network now of women in manufacturing and leadership positions who are really supporting each other. And we all know how much better it is when you know that you're not alone, when you know that you're not the only one who is maybe struggling with being the only woman in the room, in board meetings or whatever meetings we're in. You've got a network of individuals who are going through the same thing, and having that support network is absolutely invaluable. So thank you to Innovate UK for that opportunity. And I know there's been another cohort since I did it, and they've similarly had the same kind of benefit. So really hope we can do another programme, actually. Because now that there's some momentum, it would be really great to keep it going. Did you also want me to talk about mentoring? Yeah?
Yeah, we'll come to that next.
Okay.
We'll come to that next. I'm keen to get Effie to introduce herself too. So Effie has been involved in the mentoring programme, so maybe you can say a few words on that, and also involved in a similar TFI Network Plus related project. So Effie, brief introduction, and then if you cover whatever you want to cover within that.
Hi all. So yes, I'm Effie Gerard. I lead the innovation function in ferrovial construction in the UK and Ireland. All my background is very relevant to concrete, reinforced concrete in construction. And yes, as Chris mentioned, I've been really lucky to be involved in 2 projects led by Innovate UK, funded by Innovate UK. One of them is the mentoring program, where we have a diverse mentoring group. We have various mentors from the foundation industries for women, especially in foundation industries. My role as mentor has been really, I've been really happy to participate in this program and to be able to have discussions with mentees. And I've been lucky enough to have a great mentee who has already been thinking about her future and wanted to make her plans and how she can boost her career. And as we are finishing this mentoring program, she has mentioned to me many times how much she was helped to boost her confidence, to understand various things around innovation, because she's really interested in setting up her own startup in the future, and how these conversations helped her to think how she will do this, what kind of plans she can put in place. And the other project I was involved in was the project that was funded by the TFI Network Plus, Transforming Foundation Industries Network Plus. And we submitted a proposal together with the University of Leeds, the business school more specifically. And last year we had the opportunity, this project was funded, it was a mini project because we wanted to understand how diverse is our workforce in the UK. We wanted also to understand the factors that affect the decision of women to remain in the business or leave the business. And the emphasis was on the gender pay gap as well. So we had this great opportunity with this fully funded project by Innovate UK and the TFI Network Plus to carry out the study, a 6-month project. And the outcomes have really helped us understand, the outcomes were a report that really helped us understand what we need to do to improve, what kind of goals we can set, what would be feasible and achievable, and how we can achieve those goals to improve diversity in our workforce, and what are those factors that affect the decision of women to remain in the business or leave the business, and what we can do to improve the gender pay gap. So thank you, Innovate UK, again, as Laura mentioned, for those great opportunities.
Thanks very much, Effie. Yeah, this isn't just about patting Innovate UK on the back. I think the idea is that through some of these initiatives that we've perhaps helped fund, but other people have been involved with, the call out to industry to take up these types of initiatives and build on the momentum that Laura mentioned. So keen to hear from you about that. We will invite some questions from the audience in a minute. But Jennifer, would you like to kick off the first question to the panel?
Sure. Perhaps we can start with Laura and Amanda. I think it would be interesting to hear what are key lessons from your project, what other perspectives you found from the project that would be interesting for the manufacturing and materials companies.
Hello. It is working. Hooray. He just couldn't hear me tapping. I think what we discovered was the value of kind of co-design and participatory methodologies, actually, that enabled each intervention, if you like, with the different companies to be quite bespoke. So it's interesting because our methodology is replicated across different businesses, different sectors. But because of the way in which that works, and we're working with individual workforces, we're quite cognizant of we became cognizant of geographies, of demographics, of leader biographies as well. That was another interesting thing, that actually the methodologies produce something that is quite bespoke. And the roadmap, is designed by the workforce, and the leaders through the coaching were kind of equipped to really, begin to try to deliver that. So I think there's something about those methodologies from the arts and humanities that are particularly interesting. I think we realised we focused on age and gender. But, we think that, one of our learnings is really around other protected characteristics, and that we really need to lean into those. So we've got work to do there. And also just learning around scaling up and, the kind of longitudinal impacts of this, because you can't change the world in 6 to 9 months. And, I don't think EDI is ever finished. It's an ongoing process, and it's something we have to commit to. And we keep going. So in terms of our learnings, it was thinking, well, how do we make this sustainable? How do we check in? What kind of shelf life do the assets have? How can the assets be creatively used so that the work continues within those businesses? And Rachel, I don't know if you've got anything you'd like to add.
Nothing, just to reaffirm the value of leadership, and that was, a part that I was deeply involved in. But seeing the kind of transformation of thinking and the kind of hearts and minds piece, I think that's really critical for me. And some of this stuff is really challenging, and giving the space and the time for leaders to think outside of their day-to-day job role. What does this mean for me? What does this mean for the business? What does this mean to my identity as a leader? How can I get behind this? What do I know that I don't know? And all that thinking about your thinking, and having a space that feels safe because it's someone outside. I'm a qualified executive coach, but having that sort of outsider in the room with you, because some of the business is really worried about reputational damage. I'm feeling sensitive about the potential, what happens if, my workforce is exposed as being like a terrible place to work. But having those kinds of safer spaces to really interrogate the knowledge gaps, I think was hugely valuable for leaders. And that stayed with them beyond the course of the intervention.
Excellent, thank you. So I'd like to invite the audience to ask any questions that they have. So yeah, raise your hand and wait for the microphone to come to you.
Hi, Ben Walsh from Innovate UK. First of all, we should certainly thank some strong leaders within Innovate UK for helping set this up, in particular Neelam and Sarah, who is no longer with us, for doing this, so thank you for that. My actual question is just reflecting on, there's talk of like the women in manufacturing piece, and then there was a women in transforming women in foundation industries piece. What are the pros and cons of doing something more micro around a specific area rather than more macro around an overall topic such as the manufacturing versus what's a very specific part of manufacturing?
I think from what we have found, the issue is very complex still, and the gap is very significant. So I think
We've been in touch with the different initiatives. I mean, there is also this Women with Metal, for example. I think we all complement each other, so we are always trying to find ways to, how we can reinforce efforts rather than duplicate and doing the same things. But I think from the conversations that we have had, there is still a lot of space for us to work. So I think we are just supporting each other. There is a lot of knowledge gaps as well. So I think, there is a lot of space for us to work still in these areas.
I could comment, yeah. I think certainly from the work I've been involved in from the foundation industry's point of view, the benefit of it being specific to the foundation industries has been that we are all talking the same kind of language and we all face the same kind of barriers. So, typically very macho type cultures, very male dominated, very old fashioned in a lot of ways. Not to say they're not changing, but they are. And I think having that common ground allows you to really cut through the initial froth, if you like, of conversations and get right to the heart of where the issues are and how you can support each other. That's not to say more general programs aren't useful, but I think they maybe dilute some of the issues because you're trying to cater for a wide range of environments, would be my thinking.
Just to add that, especially in the construction industry, foundation industries, the leadership roles is usually male-dominated. For example, a project director, there are very, very few women I have seen in the construction sector being project directors. And that's why it is very positive that we have those initiatives to help women through mentoring, to boost their confidence, to understand that in the future I can become a leader, but also to bring them together, to introduce them to a network of males who actually lead those roles currently and can help them in the future to take on leadership roles. I think that's why it is so important to focus on those areas.
I'm not directly involved in the industry, but just sort of two off the top response. One would be it's not a zero-sum game, right? You can do both, and they maybe do different things. But also it's about resource. I worry about then resource diversion, and we've seen this historically where the resource then gets kind of taken away from protected groups that might require that potentially require the intervention. So I think you can do both and rather than either or, but also it would be a question of resource, making sure that resource is still there for specialised programmes.
Thank you. I think we had another question.
Thank you. Lucy Smith, Materials Processing Institute. First of all, to echo what Ben said, thank you to Chris and the rest of the team for setting these things up. They've been absolutely wonderful. Effie, first of all, when do we get the results of your amazing work? When do we get to see that? And then I think my second question is possibly to Rachel. The biggest thing that has had a positive impact for me, aside from all the amazing women that I get to work with, has been male allyship. So someone who talks about me when I'm not in the room, preferably in a good way. There have been others. But I'm interested to know how that came through in the work that you did with people who weren't necessarily in leadership, but also in leadership, and how that can play out. And then maybe from everyone else, how you've experienced allyship as well.
You mean the project with the University of Leeds? I think it's already published, actually. Yeah.
Chris, can I have the results? Thanks.
But I can definitely share some insights. Can I just build on what you mentioned about the male allies? I think the mentorship programs can be very helpful to lead to a sponsorship from males to women in our industries, the construction industry, the foundation industries, because through the mentors like ourselves, can be introduced to men who can be their sponsors and can help them achieve their goals in the future. And what I usually say to my mentees is that don't be afraid to ask men leaders what you need to do to become leaders yourselves. And I think that's one of the great benefits again.
Thank you. Yeah, so I can speak on behalf of the three, very broadly, around the three relationships that I worked with. I'd say the question of confidence is a huge thing around stepping into that role of champion and sponsor. When we were selecting the leaders to work with, we had some criteria. One of them was that they had some kind of organisational responsibility for something like ED&I, but they weren't HR. That was really critical. And each of them differently have grown through the process of coaching and understanding their impact. And each of them had different objectives through the process of the programme about how to leverage their impact. Some of them, it was about very specific behaviour changes. Others, it was much more about seizing opportunities, citing the kinds of the blank spots in their understanding and seeing how they could advocate better for women in the workplace. The key thing, I think, was the leadership piece. It's about facilitating the pathways for the mentorship programs to flourish, okay? So we can have programs of really successful in mentoring, but if the doors are still shut and nobody's listening, the system isn't changing. And if you think systemically, which is part of what this project was doing, then it allows the kind of optimal conditions for those doors to open. So I saw that as part of that process too.
Excellent. Yep, we've got one more question, and then I think that might be the last question we can take.
Just got in there then. Alex Macaulay, Innovate UK. Fantastic, really good to hear about the fantastic outcomes of these initiatives. Really grateful to you, Rachel, in particular, that you mentioned other protected characteristics. I think when we're talking about leadership, we need to be careful that these marginalised communities don't get overshadowed. So I'd be very interested to understand what initiatives might be in the planning process, if any.
You want to take that one? I take a lot. Which part of that would you like me to take first, given I think we have about 3 minutes?
Go for what's... Is anything planned?
Well, certainly in terms of our project, I think, we heard from the workforce, it's also about protected characteristics, other protected characteristics, thinking about the demographics of the geographies in which we were working, that if we are thinking about diversifying the workforce, many of these businesses, I'm not just talking about the ones we work with, are in very diverse communities. And it's really important, there's a fresh talent pipeline there. There are people who are capable of, delivering innovation, fresh thinking. So the terms of our engagement were around age and gender, but I think it's hugely important. I think the methodologies certainly that we're talking about, whether it's mentoring, allyship, the kinds of things we were doing, they lend themselves to other protected characteristics also. But I think further research is required there. UKRI did that amazing report on diversity or the lack of it in the foundation industries, for example, but I think we need to expand our prisms a little bit. So what I would suggest is that we need further research, we kind of work together on that. I think it's really important, and that we're working with communities as well, that it doesn't just remain within the business, but we're thinking about the geographies generally and kind of regional development. Not just about kind of economic growth, but inclusive economies. That's really important, I think, for businesses to be thinking about as well. It's not just about generating the wealth, it's also about who is benefiting from that wealth. And I think that would be part of the broader kind of prism for us.
If anyone else wants to comment on that. But, I'm going to take chair's prerogative, or co-chair's prerogative, and sort of squeeze in one final question, which needs to be short and snappy, I guess, in its answer. And I'm going to pose this to you as well, Jennifer, as again, my co-chair's prerogative. If you were to give, one push to people, to industry really, but it could be applied to anyone, in sort of taking these approaches forward, taking some of the learnings from the report forward, what would it be in a few sentences?
Yeah, I think I would say like working on an inclusive culture. I think we have found in different studies and in our own research that changing culture, making it more inclusive is positive for everyone.
That was great.
I think leaders in organisations need to reflect on why they might not have a diverse workforce, and really put some thinking time into why that is and what factors there are in their own organisation which is causing that, and start to put in some measures. I mean, all the research is done now in terms of, well, there's more to do, but in terms of the types of measures that can be put in place. But I think organisations need to reflect, leaders need to reflect and understand which ones are going to work in their particular culture, in their particular organisation. I don't think we spend enough time doing that at the moment.
I just wanted to actually provide an observation that the program, the mentoring program has been really successful. Just one thing I observed was the lack of men mentors for women. So I think we've got only 2 men mentors, while the rest of us, I think 13, 14, I can't remember the total number, we are women. So there's definitely an unconscious bias, I think, that we want to mentor. Usually we prefer to mentor women prefer to mentor women, and men prefer to mentor men. So I think this is something that is a challenge that we need to overcome in the future to help each other and diversify truly the industrial leadership.
I think for me, it's about remembering that diversity is a metric that shows how well we're doing with inclusion and equity. And I think that's really important. It's a reflection of how well we're doing. And we have to avoid kind of tokenism in all of our practices. And I think if we're thinking about that inclusive environment that you mentioned a moment ago, it's really interrogating and unpacking the enablers, the barriers, and also unpacking assumptions. We found, banter was an assumption, that people thought banter was okay and it made for a kind of happy, jovial workforce. It was much more nuanced than that. So yeah, enablers, barriers, assumptions. And that involves working with people on the ground, I think, and understanding it, not just from a leadership perspective, but on the ground, and creating those safe spaces so we can have those honest conversations. I think that's really important.
I've got very little more to add, other than, I suppose, for me, a lot of the learning was around creating places to challenge your own perceptions and to be able to find, I work in the humanities, so language and stories are really critical for me, but providing spaces where people can articulate their experience and have that experience heard and listened to, and for leaders to have spaces where they too can be heard. It's really difficult being a leader. It's an incredibly complex job role. So creating the kinds of places where those leaders are challenged but also supported to think critically about why ED&I matters, both to them on an ethical level, but also it makes great business sense.
Excellent. Well, on that point, I'd just like to thank our lovely panellists and our audience as well for providing the great questions. But we've got to wrap up now because the keynote is happening in a few minutes' time. But thank you very much to everyone. And thank you.